飞鸽制作飞鸽文学三国演义。我自引10000马军往巨铁山断操粮道，素又将此言告孔明。孔明笑曰：公瑾令吾断粮者，实欲使曹操杀吾耳。吾故以片言戏之。
Feiga production at Feiga literature, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I led 10,000 troops to Jiti Mountain to cut off the food supply road. Su told Kong Ming this statement again. Kong Ming said with a smile, Gong Jin ordered me to cut off the food. He really wanted to let Chow Chow kill my ear. So I used a few words to play with it.
公瑾便容纳不下募金用人之计，只愿吴侯与刘使君同心，则功可成。如各相谋害，大事休矣。操贼多谋，他平生惯断人良道。
Gong Jin can't accommodate the current situation of employing people. If the Marquis of Wu and Lu Shijun are of the same mind, they can succeed. As a thief, he has always cut off people's food supply.
今如何不以重兵提备公瑾若去，必为所擒。今只当先决水战，挫动北军锐气，别寻妙计破之。望子敬善言，以告公瑾为幸。鲁肃遂连夜回见周瑜。
Why don't we prepare heavy troops now? If Gong Jin goes, he will be captured. Now we only need to start a water battle to dampen the energy of the Northern Army, and don't look for clever ways to defeat it. It is a good thing that I hope my son can speak well and tell Gong Jin. Lu Su then went back to see Zhou Yu that night.
备述孔明之言于摇手顿足曰：此人见识胜吾10倍，今不除之，后必为我国之祸。肃曰：今用人之计，望以国家为重，且待破曹之后。
Preparing for Kong Ming's words, Yu shook his head and paused, saying, This person's knowledge is 10 times better than mine. If we don't get rid of him now, he will be a disaster for our country in the future. Su said, when employing people now, I hope that the country is the most important thing. Wait. After defeating Chow.
「图之未晚，于然其说。却说玄德吩咐留其守江夏，自领众将引兵往夏口。遥望江南岸，旗帆隐隐，戈戟重重，料是东吴已动兵矣。
The picture is not too late, you said. But he said that Xuanda assigned Lu Qi to guard Jiangxia and led the generals to Xiakou. Looking at the southern bank of the river, flags and flags are faintly visible, and there are heavy swords and halberds. It is expected that Su Chao has launched troops.
乃尽移江夏之兵至樊口屯扎。玄德聚众曰：“孔明一去东吴，杳无音信，不知事体如何？谁人可去探听虚实回报？”糜竺曰：“竺愿往。”
Then all the troops from Jiangxia were moved to Fankou to garrison. Xuanda gathered the crowd and said, when Kong Ming went to Suqiao, there was no news. I don't know what happened. Who can go and find out the truth and return? Mi Zhu said, Zhu is willing to go.
玄德乃备洋酒礼物，令糜竺至东吴，以犒军为名，探听虚实。主领命，驾小舟顺流而下，径至周瑜大寨前。军士入报周瑜，瑜召入，主在拜。
Xuanda prepared a gift of sheep wine and sent Mi Zhu to Suqiao to find out the truth in the name of rewarding the army. Zhu took the order and drove the boat down the river to the front of Zhou Yu's stronghold. The sergeant reported to Zhou Yu and Yu summoned him. Goodbye, Zhu.
"致玄德相敬之意，献上酒礼。余受气，设宴款待糜竺。竺曰：孔明在此已久，今愿与同回。余曰：孔明方与我同谋破曹，岂可便去？
I offer a wine gift as a sign of respect to Xuanda. After Yu was accepted, a banquet was held in honor of Mi Zhu. Zhu said, Kong Ming has been here for a long time, and now I would like to go back with him. Yu said, Kong Ming has conspired with me to defeat Cao Cao. How can I just go?
"吾意欲见刘豫州共议良策，乃深统大军，不可暂离。若豫州肯往驾来临，深为所望。竺应诺，拜辞而回。素问瑜曰：公欲见玄德。
I also want to see Lu Yuzhou and discuss good strategies together, but I am in charge of the army and cannot leave temporarily. If Yuzhou is willing to come in vain, I will be deeply relieved. Zhu agreed, bowed, and returned. Su Wenyu said, Young master wants to see Xuanda.
"有何计议？于曰：玄德视之枭雄，不可不除。吾今乘机诱致杀之，实为国家除一后患。鲁肃再三劝谏，余止不听，遂传密令，如玄德志。
What are your plans? You said, the heroes of the Xuanda era must be eliminated. I am taking the opportunity to lure him to kill him, which is actually to eliminate a future trouble for the country. Lu Su repeatedly advised, but you did not listen, so he passed on a secret order, if Xuanda arrives.
"先埋伏刀斧手50人于逼中，看无置碑为号，便出下手。却说糜竺回见玄德，据言周瑜欲请主公到彼面会，别有商议。
First, I ambush 50 swordsmen and axemen in the wall clothes. They saw me throw a cup as a signal, and then they took action. But Mi Zhu said that when he met Xuanda again, he said that Zhou Yu wanted to invite his lord to meet him there, but there was no further discussion.
玄德便叫收拾快船一支织金变形。云长见曰：周瑜多谋之事，又无孔明书信，恐其中有诈，不可轻去。玄德曰：我今结东吴，以攻破曹操。
Schwanda then taught me how to pack up the clippers one by one. Yun Chang admonished, Zhou Yu is a strategist, and there is no letter from Kong Ming. I am afraid that there may be fraud in it, so we should not leave lightly. Schwanda said, I will join forces with Su Chao to defeat Cao Cao together.
周郎欲见我，我若不往，非同盟之意。两相猜忌，是不协矣。云长曰：兄长若坚意要去，弟愿同往。张飞曰：我也跟去。玄德曰：
If Zhou Lang wants to see me and I don't go, it will not be an alliance. There is suspicion between the two parties and things are not harmonious. Yun Chang said, If my brother is determined to go, I am willing to go with him. Zhang Fei said, I'll go too. Schwanda said,
只云长随我去翼德与子龙守寨，简雍固守鄂县，我去便回。吩咐毕，即与云长乘小舟，并从者20余人，飞赵赴江东。
Yin Chang followed me to Ida and Zilong to guard the stronghold. Jian Yong stayed in Yi County. I will come back when I leave. After the payment was completed, he and Yun Chang took a small boat and flew to the east of the Yangtze River with more than 20 people.
玄德观看江东蒙冲战舰旌旗甲兵，左右分布整齐，心中甚喜。军士飞报周瑜，刘豫州来了。瑜问：带多少船只来？军士答曰：
Schwanda was very happy when he saw the flags and armor of the Jiangdong battleship, which were neatly distributed on the left and right. The sergeant flew to report to Zhou Yu, Lu Yuzhou is coming. Yu asked, How many ships are you bringing? The sergeant replied,
只有一只船，20余从人。瑜笑曰：此人命何体矣！乃命刀斧手先埋伏定，然后出寨迎接。玄德引云长等20余人，直到中军帐，叙礼毕。
There is only one boat with more than 20 servants. Yu smiled and said, This man is destined to be together. He ordered the swordsman and axe hands to ambush first, and then go out to meet him. Schwanda led Yun Chang and more than 20 people to the central military tent. After the ceremony was completed,
瑜请玄德上座，玄德曰：将军名传天下，备不才，何烦将军重礼？乃分宾主而坐。周瑜设宴相待。且说孔明偶来江边。
Yu asked Schwanda to sit down and Schwanda said, The general's reputation is known all over the world, but his preparation is not talented, so why bother the general with the courtesy? Then he sat down separately for guest and host. Zhou Yu hosted a banquet to treat each other. Let's say that Kong Ming occasionally came to the riverside.
闻说玄德来此与都督相会，吃了一惊，即入中军帐，窃看动静。只见周瑜面有杀气，两边逼中密排刀斧手。孔明大惊曰：“似此如之奈何？”
Hearing that Schwanda was here to meet the governor, he was surprised and hurried into the military tent to peek at the movement. Zhou Yu had a murderous look on his face, and swordsmen and axe hands were closely arranged in the wall clothes on both sides. Kong Ming was shocked and said, "What can I do if it seems like this?"
回视玄德谈笑自若，却见玄德背后一人按剑而立，乃云长也。孔明喜曰：“吾主无威矣。”遂不复入，仍回身至江边等候。
Looking back at Schwanda, he was talking and laughing calmly, but he saw a person behind Schwanda, standing with his sword. It was Yun Changye. Kong Ming said happily, "My lord is not in danger." Then he did not go in again, but turned back to the riverside to wait.
周瑜与玄德饮宴酒行数巡，瑜起身把盏，猛见云长按剑立于玄德背后，忙问何人。玄德曰：“吾弟关云长也。”瑜惊曰：“非向日斩颜良。”
Zhou Yu and Schwanda were drinking and drinking for several rounds. Yu stood up and held the candle. He suddenly saw Yun Chang standing behind Schwanda with his sword pressed, and asked who it was. Schwanda said, "My brother Guan Yunchang is also here." Yu was shocked and said, "If you don't kill Yan Liang to the sun."
闻仇者呼玄德曰：“然也。”瑜大惊，汗流满背，便斟酒与云长把盏。少顷，鲁肃入。玄德曰：“孔明何在？”樊子敬请来一会。瑜曰：“
Hu Schwanda, who was ugly in writing, said, "Yes." Yu was shocked and sweating all over his back, so he poured wine and put it in Yun Chang's cup. After a while, Lu Su entered. Schwanda said, "Where is Kong Ming? Fancy, please come over for a while." Yu said,
且待破了曹操与孔明相会未迟。玄德不敢再言。云长以目视玄德。玄德会意，即起身辞于曰：“备暂告别。即日破敌收功之后，专当叩贺。”
It's not too late to wait until Cao Cao and Kong Ming meet. Schwanda did not dare to say anything more. Yun Chang looked at Schwanda with his eyes. Schwanda understood, and immediately stood up and said goodbye to Yu, saying, "I'm going to say goodbye for now." After defeating the enemy today and completing the victory, I will congratulate you.
余意不留，送出辕门。玄德别了周瑜，与云长等来至江边，只见孔明已在舟中。玄德大喜。孔明曰：“主公知今日之危乎？”玄德愕然曰：“
You also didn't stay and sent him out of the camp gate. Schwanda bid farewell to Zhou Yu and came to the river with Yun Chang and others, where he saw Kong Ming already in the boat. Schwanda was overjoyed. Kong Ming asked, "Does your lord know the danger today?" Schwanda said in astonishment, "
不知也。”孔明曰：“若无云长，主公即为周郎所害矣。”玄德方才醒悟，便请孔明同回房口。孔明曰：“亮虽居虎口，安如泰山。”
"I don't know." Kong Ming said, "If it weren't for Yun Chang, my lord would have been harmed by Zhou Lang." Schwanda just realized this and asked Kong Ming to return to Fanku with him. Kong Ming said, "Although Liang lives in the tiger's mouth, he is as safe as Mount Tai."
今主公但收拾船之军马后，用以11月20甲子日后为期，可令子龙驾小舟来南岸边等候，切勿有误。玄德问其意，孔明曰：“但看东南风起。”
Now my lord is just packing up the boats, troops and horses to wait for a period of time after November 20th. He can ask Zilong to drive a small boat to the south bank and wait. Make no mistake. Schwanda asked what he meant. Kong Ming said, "But look at the southeast wind blowing."
亮必还以玄德在欲问时，孔明催促玄德作速开船，言讫自回。玄德与云长及从人开船，行不数里，忽见上流头放下5、6十只船来。
Liang must return. When Schwanda wanted to ask again, Kong Ming urged Schwanda to sail the ship quickly. Return after saying so. Schwanda, Yun Chang, and others sailed the boat for a few miles when they suddenly saw 50 or 60 boats being lowered from the upper stream.
船头上一员大将横矛而立，乃张飞也。因恐玄德有失，云长独立难支，特来接应。于是3人一同回寨，不在话下。却说周瑜送了玄德。
One of the generals standing on the bow of the ship was Zhang Fei with his spear across the bow. Fearing that Schwanda would fail and Yun Chang would be unable to support him alone, he came here to help. So the 3 of them returned to the stronghold together, without further ado. But it was said that Zhou Yu sent Schwanda as a gift.
回至寨中，鲁肃入问曰：“公既诱玄德至此，为何又不下手？” 语曰：关云长，是之虎将也，与玄德行作相随，吾若下手，他必来害我。
Returning to the stronghold, Lu Su came in and asked, Since you lured Xuan here, why didn't you take action? You said, Guan Yinchang is a tiger general in the world. He sits and sits with Xuanda. If I take action, he will definitely come and harm me. I.
苏愕然忽报曹操遣使送书至，于焕若。使者呈上书看时，封面上判云：汉大丞相傅州都督开差。于大怒，更不开看，将书扯碎，置于地下。
Su was shocked and suddenly reported that Cao Cao had sent an envoy to deliver a letter. You called in. When the envoy presented the book for reading, the sentence on the cover said, The Prime Minister of the Han Dynasty asked the governor of Zhou to open it. Yu was furious and refused to read. He tore the book into pieces and threw it on the ground.
贺斩来使诉曰：两国相争，不斩来使。余曰：斩使以示威。遂斩使者，将首级付从人持回。遂令甘宁为先锋，韩当为左翼，蒋钦为右翼。
Su, the envoy who came to behead him, said, The two countries are at war with each other, so we will not behead the envoy. You said, behead the envoy to demonstrate. Then he beheaded the envoy and took his head back to his followers. Then he ordered Gan Ning to be the vanguard, Han Dang to be the left wing, and Jiang Qin to be the right wing.
余自部领诸将接应来日4更造饭，5更开船，鸣鼓呐喊而进。却说曹操知周瑜毁书斩使，大怒，便唤蔡瑁、张允等一班荆州降将为前部。
You led his generals to make food at the 4th watch and sail the boat at the 5th watch, beating drums and shouting. But Cao Cao was furious when he learned that Zhou Yu had destroyed the book and beheaded the envoys, so he called Cai Mao, Zhang Yun, and other Jingzhou surrender troops to the front.
操自谓后军催督战船到三江口。 早见东吴船只必将而来，为首一员大将坐在船头上，大呼曰：“吾乃甘宁也！谁敢来与我决战？”
Cao Zi urged and supervised the warships for the rear army and arrived at Sanjiankou. I saw a Dongwu ship coming early, covering the river. The leading general, sitting on the bow of the boat, shouted, I am Gan Ning. Who dares to come and fight me?
蔡瑁令弟蔡勋前进2船将近，甘宁拈弓搭箭，望蔡勋射来，应弦而倒。宁驱船大进，万弩齐发，曹军不能抵挡。右边蒋钦，左边韩当。
Kai Mao ordered his younger brother Kai He to advance, and the two ships were approaching. Gan Ning picked up his bow and arrow, hoping that Kai He would shoot and fall in response to the string. Ning drove the ship forward and fired 10,000 crossbows. Chao Jun could not resist. Jiang Qin on the right, Han Dang on the left.
"直冲入曹军队中，曹军大半是清。徐之兵素不习水战，大江面上战船100，早立脚不住。甘宁等3路战船纵横水面。周瑜又催船助战。
Most of Chao's troops who rushed straight into Chao's army were soldiers from Qing and Su. They were not used to water warfare. On the river, the warships swung and they could not stand for a long time. Gan Ning and other 3 warships traveled across the water. Zhou Yu urged ships to help the battle.
"曹军中箭着炮者不计其数，从40直杀到魏10。周瑜虽得利，只恐寡不敌众，遂下令鸣金，收住船只。曹军败回。操登汉寨，再整军事。
There were countless people in Chao's army who were hit by arrows and cannons, and they were killed from Shi to Wei. Although Zhou Yu gained a profit, he was afraid that he would be outnumbered, so he ordered the money to be paid and the ships to be stopped. Chao Jun was defeated and returned. Chao Dengansai then reorganized the sergeants.
"换蔡瑁、张允则之曰：东吴兵少，反为所败，是汝等不用心耳。蔡瑁曰：荆州水军久不操练，清徐之军又素不习水战，故而致败。
He called Kai Mao and Zhang Yun scolded him, saying, The Eastern Wu army was defeated because of its small number of soldiers. You don't care. Kai Mao said, The navy of Jingzhou has not practiced for a long time. The armies of Qing and Su have never been accustomed to water warfare. Therefore, you will be defeated.
"今当先立水寨令清，徐军在中，荆州军在外，每日教习精熟，方可用之。操曰：汝既为水军都督，可以便宜从事，何必秉我？于是张。
Now we should first set up a water stronghold with the Qing and Su troops in the middle and the Jingzhou army outside. They must be taught and practiced every day before they can be used. Cao Cao said, Since you are the commander of the navy, you can do it cheaply, so why bother reporting it to me? So Zhang.
"蔡2人自去训练水军。沿江一带分24座水门，以大船居于外为城郭，小船居于内，可通往来。至晚点上灯火，照得天心水面通红。
Kai and his 2 men went to train the navy. There are 24 water gates along the river, with large boats on the outside as the city walls and small boats on the inside, which can lead to and from there. In the evening, lights are lit, making the water in the sky turn red.
"汉寨300余里，烟火不绝。却说周瑜得胜回寨，犒赏三军，一面差人到吴侯处报捷。当夜于登高观望，只见西边火光接天，左右告曰：
There are endless fireworks for more than 300 miles in Hanzhai. But it was said that Zhou Yu returned to the stronghold after victory, rewarded the 3 armies, and sent people to Wuhou to report the victory. That night Yu climbed up to watch, and saw only the flames reaching the sky in the west. Left and right said,
此皆北军灯火之光，也于一心惊。次日，余欲亲往探看曹军水寨，乃命收拾楼船一只，带着股东，随行健将数员，各带强弓硬弩。
This is all the light of the northern army's lights. Yu was also frightened. The next day, Yu wanted to visit Chao Jun's water stronghold in person, so he ordered him to pack up a high-rise boat, take Gudong with him, and accompany several capable generals, each with a strong bow and a hard bow. Crossbow.
一齐上船，以礼前进至操寨边，余命下了定时，楼船上鼓乐齐奏。余按窥他水寨，大惊曰：“此深得水军之妙也。”问：“水军都督是谁？”
They all got on the boat and meandered to the edge of Chao village. You ordered the stones to be laid, and drums played in unison on the boat. You secretly peeped at his water stronghold and was shocked and said, "This is the secret of the water army." He asked, "Who is the commander of the water army?"
左右曰：“蔡瑁、张允。”于思曰：“二人久居江东，安习水战，吾必设计先除此二人，然后可以破曹。”正窥看间，早有曹军飞报曹操，说
The people on the left and right said, "Cai Mao and Zhang Yun." Yusi said, "The two have lived in the east of the Yangtze River for a long time and are familiar with water warfare. I must plan to get rid of these two first, and then defeat Cao Cao." While peeking, Cao Cao's army had already reported to Cao Cao. Explain.
周瑜偷看吴寨，操命纵船擒捉。余见水寨中其好动，即叫收起定时，两边四下一齐轮转鲁照，望江面上如飞而去。比及曹寨中船出时，
Zhou Yu peeked at our village and maneuvered the boat to capture him. When you saw the flag in the water village, he quickly put away the stones, and turned his oars on both sides, looking at the river as if they were flying away. When he arrived in Chao's village, when the boat leaves,
周瑜的楼船已离了10数里远，追之不及，回报曹操。操问众将曰：昨日输了一阵，错动锐气，今又被他身亏五寨，吾当作何计破之？
Zhou Yu's building ship was already more than 10 miles away and could not catch up with him, so he returned to Cao Cao. Cao Cao asked the generals, yesterday, we lost for a while, which dampened our morale. Now, he has penetrated our stronghold again. What plan should I use to defeat him?
言未毕，忽帐下一人出曰：某自幼与周郎同窗交契，愿凭3寸不烂之舌，往江东说此人来降。曹操大喜，视之，乃九江人，姓蒋，名干。
Before he finished speaking, a man from the tent suddenly came out and said, a certain person has been friends with Zhou Lang's classmate since he was a child. I would like to go to the east of the Yangtze River with his sharp tongue to tell me that this person is coming to surrender. Cao Cao was overjoyed and saw that he was from Zhejiang. His surname was Jiang, named Qian.
自子义现为帐下募兵。操问曰：子义与周公仅相后乎？干曰：丞相放心，干到江左，必要成功。操问：要将何物去？干曰
ZZ is now the guest of the tent. Cao Cao asked, how close are Z and Zhou Gongjin to each other? Qian said, don't worry, Prime Minister. If you reach Jiangzhou, you will definitely succeed. Cao asked, what are you going to get rid of? Qian said,
只消一同随往二仆驾舟，其余不用。操甚喜，置酒与蒋干送行。干革金布袍，驾一只小舟，径到周瑜寨中，命传报故人蒋干相访。
Only one boy will go with 2 servants to drive the boat, and the rest will not be used. Cao was very happy and bought wine to see Jiang Qian off. He put on his good turban and cloth robe and drove a small boat to Zhou Yu's stronghold. He was ordered to report, my old friend Jiang Qian is here to visit.
周瑜正在帐中议事，闻干至，校尉诸将曰：说可至矣。遂与众将附耳低言：如此如此。众皆应命而去。余整衣冠，引从者数百，皆锦衣花帽。
Zhou Yu was discussing matters in the tent and heard Qian arrive. He smiled and said to the generals, the lobbyist has arrived. Then he whispered to the generals, and so on. Everyone obeyed the order and left. Yu tidied up his clothes and led hundreds of followers, all of them wearing brocade clothes and hats.
前后簇拥而出，蒋干引一青衣小童昂然而来，于拜迎之。干曰： 公瑾别来无恙。余曰：子亦良苦，远涉江湖，为曹氏作说客也。
Jiang Qian, who was crowding out from behind, led a young boy in green clothes, who came proudly. Yu bows to welcome him. Qian said, Gong Jin is here well. Yu said, Ziliangku, are you going to travel far and wide to work as a lobbyist for the Chao family?
甘愕然曰：吾久别足下，特来叙旧，奈何以我作说客也？余笑曰：吾虽不及诗旷之聪，闻弦歌而知雅意。干曰：足下待故人如此。
Qian was stunned and said, I haven't seen you for a long time, so I came here to reminisce about the past. Why do you think I'm a lobbyist? Yu smiled and said, although I'm not as smart as Shi Kuang, I know the elegant meaning when I hear Xian's song. Qian said, this is how I treat my old friend.
便请告退于校而挽其臂曰：吾但恐兄为曹氏作说客耳，既无此心，何速去也？遂同入帐，叙礼毕，坐定。
Then he asked to leave. Yu smiled and took his arm and said, I'm afraid that my brother will be a lobbyist for the Chao family. If you don't have this intention, why should you leave so quickly? Then they went into the account together. After reciting the ceremony, sit down.
即传令西诏江左英杰与子义相见须臾，文官武将各穿锦衣，帐下偏皮将校都披银铠，分两行而入。于都教相见毕，就列于两傍而坐。
Immediately, an order was sent to summon the Yingjie of Jiangzhou to meet Zi. After a while, the civil and military officers were all wearing brocade clothes. Under the tent, the generals and commanders were all wearing silver armor. They entered in two lines. After Yu Dujiao saw each other, he sat on both sides.
大张筵席，奏军中得胜之乐，轮换行酒。余告众官曰：此无同窗戚友也。虽从江北到此，却不是曹家说客，公等勿疑。遂解佩剑赴太史辞曰：
A large banquet was held to play the joy of victory in the army, and the wine was taken in turns. You told the officials, this is my classmate and close friend. Although he came here from the north of the Yangtze River, he is not a lobbyist of the Chao family. Don't be suspicious, sir. Then he untied his sword and paid it to Taisher Ci, saying,
公可配我见作煎酒，今日宴饮，但叙朋友交情。如有提起曹操与东吴军旅之事者，即斩之。太史慈应诺，案件坐于席上。蒋干惊愕，不敢多言。
Your Majesty, please wear my sword to serve as the overseer of the banquet today, but I am just a friend. If anyone mentions anything about Cao Cao and the Suqiao army, he will be beheaded. Taisher Ci agreed and sat on the table with his sword in his hand. Jiang Gan was shocked and did not dare to say anything.
周瑜曰：“吾自领军以来，滴酒不饮。今日见了故人，又无一计，当饮一醉。”说罢，大笑畅饮，座上觥筹交错，饮至半酣，余携竿首。
Zhou Yu said, "Since I led the army, I have not drank a drop of wine. Today I met an old friend, and there is no doubt that I should drink to get drunk." After that, he laughed and drank. The seats were filled with people drinking wine. After drinking to his heart's content, Yu held up his hands and dried them.
同步出帐外左右军士，皆全装冠带，持戈执戟而立。瑜曰：“吾之军士，颇雄壮否？”干曰：“真雄虎之士也。”于又引干到帐后一望。
The sergeants on the left and right came out of the tent at the same time, all in full uniform and standing with weapons and halberds in hand. Yu asked, "Aren't our soldiers quite strong?" Qian said, "They are really brave men." Yu then led Qian to the tent and took a look.
粮草堆如山积。瑜曰：“吾之粮草，颇足备否？”干曰：“兵精粮足，名不虚传。”于阳最大笑曰：“想周瑜与子一同学业时，不曾忘有今日。”
The grain and grass were piled up like a mountain. Jiyu said, "Do I have enough grain and grass?" Qian said, "The army is well equipped with food and grain, and its reputation is well deserved." Yu pretended to be drunk and laughed and said, "I think that when Zhou Yu and Zi were studying together, they never expected to have enough food and grass today."
干曰：“以吾兄高才，实不为过。”于执竿首曰：“大丈夫处事，欲知己之主，外托君臣之义，内结骨肉之恩，言必行，计必从，祸福共治。”
Qian said, "My brother is so talented. It's not an exaggeration." Yu held Qian's hand and said, "When a man lives in the world, when he meets a confidant, he relies on the righteousness of his ruler and ministers on the outside, and the kindness of his flesh and blood on the inside. He must act on his words and follow his plans, sharing misfortunes and blessings."
假使苏秦张仪、陆贾厉声复出，口似悬河，舌如利刃，安能动我心在？言罢大笑。蒋干面如土色。于复携竿入帐，会诸将在饮。
If Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Lu Jia, and Li Xing come back, with mouths like hanging rivers and tongues like sharp blades, they will be able to move my heart. After saying this, he laughed. Jiang Qian's face was as earthy as the color of earth. You took Qian back to the tent and met the generals to drink again.
因指诸将曰：“此皆江东之英杰。今日此会，可名群英会。引至天晚，点上灯烛，于自起舞剑作歌。歌曰：丈夫处世兮立功名。”
Because he pointed to the generals and said, "These are all heroes from Jiangdong." Today's gathering can be called the gathering of heroes. After drinking until nightfall, lights were lit, and you danced her sword and sang songs. The song says, "A husband lives his life in order to gain fame."
立功名兮为平生，为平生兮无将醉，无将醉兮发狂饮。歇罢，满作欢笑。至夜深，干辞曰：“不胜酒力矣。”余命撤席，诸将辞出。余曰：
Establishing merit and fame will comfort my life and comfort my life. I will get drunk and sing wildly. Rest, everyone is laughing. Late at night, Chintzy said, "I can't bear the strength of the wine." You ordered the banquet to be withdrawn, and all the generals resigned. You said,
酒不与子一同榻，今宵抵足而眠。于是佯作大醉之状，携竿入帐共寝。于合衣卧倒，呕吐狼藉。蒋干如何睡得着？扶枕听时，军中鼓打二更。
I haven't shared the same bed with Z for a long time and I'm going to sleep tonight. So he pretended to be drunk and went into the tent to sleep together. You lay down undressed, vomiting and making a mess. How could Jiang Gan sleep? When I lay down on my pillow and listened, the drums in the army were beating for the second time.
岂是残灯上明看周瑜时，鼻息如雷。干见帐内桌上堆着一卷文书，乃起床偷视之，却都是往来书信。内有一封，上写蔡瑁、张云锦封。
When he stood up and looked at Zhou Yu under the broken lamp, his breath was like thunder. Gon saw a pile of documents on the table in the tent, so he got up and peeked at it, but they were all correspondence. There is a letter inside, which says, Kai Mao and Zhang Yun would like to seal this.
干大惊暗读之，书略曰：“某等降曹，非图示录，迫于事耳。今已传北军困于寨中，但得其变，即将操贼之首陷于麾下。早晚人到。”
Qian was shocked and read it secretly. The book's summary says, a certain class of people surrendered to the Cao Cao, not for the sake of officialdom, but because of the influence. Now the northern army has been trapped in the stronghold, but it is convenient to take the leader of the thieves and offer it to his subordinates. People arrive sooner or later.
便有官报幸勿见疑。先此敬父。甘思曰：原来蔡瑁、张允结连东吴，遂将书暗藏于衣内。在御检看他书时，床上周瑜翻身。
Don't have any doubts about retribution. Thanks in advance. Qian Si said, it turns out that Kai Hao and Zhang Yun were connected with Su Chao. Then he hid the book in his clothes. When he wanted to check his book again, Zhou Yu turned over on the bed.
甘即灭灯，就寝于口内，含糊曰：子义，我数日之内教你看操贼之手。干勉强应之。于又曰：子义，且住，教你看操贼之手。
Qian hurriedly turned off the lights and went to bed, and Yu said vaguely, Ze, within a few days, I will teach you how to read the leader of thieves. Qian reluctantly responded. Yu said again, Z, stay here. I'll teach you how to fuck the head of a thief.
其甘问之余又睡着。甘伏于床上，将近4更，只听得有人入帐唤曰：都督醒否？周于梦中作呼叫之状，故问那人曰：床上睡着何人？
When Ji Qian asked, Jiyu fell asleep again. He was lying on the bed. It was almost 4 o'clock, when he heard someone entering the tent and calling him, Are you awake, the governor? Zhou Yu felt like he suddenly woke up in his dream, so he asked the man, who was sleeping on the bed.
答曰：都督请子义同寝，何故忘却？于懊悔曰：吾平日未尝饮醉，昨日醉后失事，不知可曾说甚言语。那人曰：江北有人到此。曰：呵。
He replied, The governor invited Z to sleep with him. Why did he forget it? You regretted and said, I have never been drunk on weekdays. Yesterday, I got into an accident when I was drunk. I wonder if I could have said anything. The man said, Someone from the north of the Yangtze River is here. You said drink.
低声变唤，子义。蒋干只装睡着。于前出帐，干切听之，只闻有人在外曰：张、蔡二都督到，急切不得下手。后面言语颇低。
He called out in a low voice, Ze. Jiang Qian just put on his makeup and fell asleep. You sneaked out of the tent. Qian eavesdropped and heard someone outside saying, Second Governors Zhang and Kai said, Don't do anything if you are in a hurry. The words behind him were quite low.
听不真实少请，于入帐又唤子义。蒋干只是不应，蒙头假睡。于毅解衣就寝。干寻思，周瑜是个精细人，天明寻书不见。
After hearing this for a while, Yu entered the account and called out again, Z. Jiang Gan just didn't respond and covered his head and pretended to sleep. Yu also undressed and went to bed. Qian Sun thought, Zhou Yu is a meticulous man. He couldn't find the book when he looked for it at dawn.
必然害我睡至5更，干起换周瑜，瑜却睡着。干带上金则，前不出帐，换了小童，径出辕门。军士问：“先生那里去？”干曰：
It will definitely make me sleep until the 5th watch. I wake up and call Zhou Yu, but Yu is asleep. Qian put on his scarf, sneaked out of the tent, called the boy, and walked out of the camp gate. The sergeant asked, Where are you going, sir? Qian said,
吾在此，恐勿都督事权且告别。军士亦不阻当，干下船，飞诏回见曹操。操问：“子义干事若何？”干曰：“周瑜雅量高志。”
I am here to say goodbye for fear of mistaking the governor's authority. The sergeant did not stop him. Qian got off the boat and flew back to see Cao Cao. Cao Cao asked, How is Director Z doing? Qian said, Zhou Yu is elegant and generous.
非言此所能动也。操怒曰：“事又不济，反为所笑。”干曰：“虽不能说周瑜，却与丞相打听得一件事，岂退左右？”干取出书信。
Unable to speak, he said angrily, It doesn't work, but it makes me laugh. Qian said, Although I can't talk about Zhou Yu, I asked the Prime Minister about something. I begged you to withdraw. Qian took out the letter and said,
江上相士逐一说与曹操。操大怒曰：“二贼如此无礼也！”即便换蔡瑁、张允到帐下。操曰：“我欲使汝2人进兵。”瑁曰：“君上未曾练熟。”
He told Cao Cao about the above matters one by one and said angrily, The 2 thieves are so rude. He even called Kai Hao and Zhang Yun to the tent. Cao Cao said, I want you 2 to march into the army. Mao said, The army has not yet been fully trained.
不可轻进。操怒曰：“君若练熟，吾首即献于周郎矣。”蔡、张2人不知其意，惊慌不能回答。操和武士推出斩之。须臾，献头帐下，操方醒悟曰：
Cao Cao said angrily, If the army is well trained, I will offer my head to Zhou Lang. Kai and Zhang did not know what they meant and were too panicked to answer. Cao He's samurai pushed out and killed him. After a while, under the tent where he presented his head, Cao Feng realized and said,
吴仲基以后人有诗叹曰：曹操奸雄不可当，一时诡计中周郎。蔡张卖主求生计，谁料今朝见下王。众将见杀了张、蔡二人，入问其故。
I fell into the trap. Later generations have a poem to sigh and say, Cao Cao is a traitor, but he fell into the trap of Zhou Lang. Kai and Zhang betrayed their masters in order to survive. Who would have expected that they would be killed by the sword? The generals saw that Zhang and Kai had been killed, and asked about them. Therefore,
操虽心知众计，却不肯认错，乃谓众将曰：二人怠慢军法，无故斩之。众皆嗟哑不已。操于众将内选毛玠，于禁为水军都督，以待蔡。
Although Cao knew he had fallen into the trap, he refused to admit his mistake. He said to the generals, These two are neglecting military law, so I will kill them. Everyone groaned. Cao Yu selected Mao Jia and Eugene as navy commanders among the generals to replace Kai and Eugene.
张二人之职，细作探之，报过江东。周瑜大喜曰：吾所患者，此二人耳。今既剿除，无忧矣。肃曰：都督用兵如此，何愁曹贼不破乎？
The two men of Zhang made detailed inquiries and reported to the east of the Yangtze River. Zhou Yu was overjoyed and said, My patient has these 2 ears. Now that they have been eliminated, I have no worries. Su said, The governor is using his troops like this, so why worry about Cao Cao's thieves not being defeated?
« 余曰：吾料诸将不知此计，独有诸葛亮实践胜我，想此谋亦不能瞒也。子敬是以言挑之，看他知也不知，便当回报。正是。
You said, I guess all the generals don't know this plan. Zhuge Liang is the only one who knows better than me. He can't hide this plan even if he thinks about it. Zijing tried to challenge him with words. If he sees that he knows but doesn't know, then he should repay him. It's exactly.
« 还将反间成功事，却是从旁冷眼人。未知速去问孔明还是如何，且看下文分解。第46回，用奇谋孔明借箭。
You will also try to do things that are successful in the future to those who look down on you. I don't know if Su went to ask Kong Ming or not. Let's see the breakdown below. Chapter 46, Borrowing Arrows from Kong Ming.
« 献密计黄盖受刑，却说鲁肃领了周瑜、严羽竟来周中相探孔明。孔明接入小舟对坐。肃曰：连日错办军务，有失听教。孔明曰：
Huang Gai was punished for presenting a secret plan, but it was said that Lu Su had led Zhou Yu to the boat to explore Kongming. Kongming got into the boat and sat across from each other. Su said, "I have been dealing with military affairs for days, and I have failed to listen to the instructions." Kongming said,
便是亮意谓与都督贺喜素曰：“何喜？”孔明曰：“公瑾使先生来探量之也不知，便是这件事可贺喜耳。”谭得鲁肃失色问曰：
Even Liang did not congratulate Shisu, the governor, and said, "How happy are you?" Kongming said, "Mr. Gong Jin came to investigate and found out, but he didn't know anything about it. This is a matter of great joy." The talk made Lu Su pale and asked,
先生何由知之？孔明曰：“这条计只好弄蒋干。曹操虽被一时瞒过，必然便醒悟，只是不肯认错耳。今蔡、张两人既死，江东无患矣。”
How did the master know this? Kongming said, "This plan has to involve Chiang Kai-shek." Although Cao Cao was temporarily deceived, he must have realized it, but he just refused to admit his mistake. Now that Kai and Zhang are dead, there is no danger in Jiangdong.
“如何不贺喜？吾闻曹操换毛玠，于禁为水军都督，则这两个手里好歹送了水军性命。”鲁肃听了，开口不得，把些言语支吾了半晌，别孔明而回。
Why not congratulate me on hearing that Cao Cao has replaced Mao Jia and Eugene as the commander-in-chief of the Navy? In the hands of these two men, the life of the Navy was at least lost. After Lu Su heard this, he couldn't speak. He faltered for a long time, then said goodbye to Kongming and returned.
“孔明主曰：“望子竟在公瑾面前，勿言亮先知此事。恐公瑾心怀妒忌，又要寻事害亮。”鲁肃应诺而去，回见周瑜，把上项事只得实说了。
Kongming told him, "I hope Zijing will not speak out in front of Gong Jin to predict this matter. I'm afraid Gong Jin will be jealous and seek trouble to harm Liang." Lu Su agreed and left. When he saw Zhou Yu again, he had to tell the truth about the above matter.
“于大惊曰：‘此人绝不可留，吾决意斩之。’肃劝曰：‘若杀孔明，却被曹操笑也。’瑜曰：‘吾自有公道斩之，叫他死而无怨。’肃曰：
Yu was shocked and said, "This man must not be kept. I am determined to kill him." Su advised, "If I kill Kongming, Cao Cao will laugh at me." Yu said, "I have my own justice to kill him, and teach him to die without resentment." Su said,
何以公道斩之？于曰：子敬修问，来日便见。次日，聚众将于帐下，叫请孔明议事。孔明欣然而至，坐定，于问孔明曰：
Why should I kill him justly? You said, Zijing, don't ask. I'll see you tomorrow. The next day, a crowd gathered under the tent to ask Kong Ming to discuss matters. Kong Ming came happily. Sitting down, you asked Kong Ming.
即日将与曹军交战，水陆交兵，当以何兵器为先？孔明曰：大江之上，以弓箭为先。瑜曰：先生之言甚合于义，但今军中正缺箭用。
We are going to fight Chao's army today by water. Which weapon should be used first? Kong Ming said, above the river, bows and arrows should be used first. You said, Sir's words are very foolish. But today the army is short of arrows. Use.
敢烦先生监造10万支箭，以为应敌之具。此系公事，先生幸勿推却。孔明曰：都督建委，自当效劳。敢问10万支箭何时要用？瑜曰：
Mr. Gonfan supervised the production of 100,000 arrows as tools to deal with the enemy. This is a business matter, sir, please don't refuse. Kong Ming said, the governor sees the committee and he should do his best. Dare I ask, when will 100,000 arrows be used? You said.
10日之内可完办否？孔明曰：操军即日将至，若后10日，必无大事。瑜曰：先生料几日可完办？孔明曰：只消3日。
Can it be completed within 10 days? Kong Ming said, the military training is coming soon. If we wait for 10 days, we will miss the big event. You said, how many days do you think it can be completed, sir? Kong Ming said, it only takes 3 days, day.
便可拜那10万支箭于曰：军中无戏言。孔明曰：怎敢戏多多？愿纳军令状，3日不办，甘当重罚。于大喜，唤军正司当面取了文书。
Then he received 100,000 arrows. You said, there is no joke in the army. Kong Ming said, how dare you tease the governor? I am willing to accept the military order. If you don't do it for 3 days, I will be punished severely. You was overjoyed and called the military and political secretary to take it in person. Got the document.
置酒相待曰：待军事毕后，自有酬劳。孔明曰：今日已不及，来日造起。至第3日，可差500小军到江边搬箭。 饮了数杯，辞去。鲁肃曰
He served each other with wine and said, After the military is over, you will be rewarded. Kong Ming said, Today is too late, we will build it tomorrow. On the third day, we can send 500 small troops to the river to carry arrows. After drinking a few glasses, resign. Lu Su said.
"此人莫非诈乎于曰：他自送死，非我逼他。今明白对重要了文书，他便两胁生翅，也飞不去。我只吩咐军将人等，叫他故意迟延。"
Could this man be deceitful? Who you said, he committed suicide. I didn't force him. Now that he has asked for documents from everyone, he has wings on his sides and cannot fly away. I only assign military craftsmen and others to teach them to delay deliberately.
凡应用物件都不与其备，如此必然误了日期。那时定罪，有何理说？公今可去探他虚实，却来回报。速领命来见孔明。孔明曰
Not all application objects are available. In this case, the date must be missed. What justification was there for the condemnation at that time? Gong Jin can go to find out what he is and what he is, but he will return the favor. Su took the order to see Kong Ming. Kong Ming said,
"吾曾告子敬修对公瑾说，他必要害我。不想子敬不肯为我隐晦，今日果然又弄出事来。3日内如何造得10万件？子敬只得救我。"肃曰
I once told Zijing Shou to tell Gong Jin that he would harm me. I didn't expect Zijing to keep it secret from me, but today something happened again. How can we make 100,000 arrows in 3 days? Zijing has no choice but to save me. Su said.
"公自取其祸，我如何救得你？"孔明曰："望子敬借我20只船，每船要军士30人，船上皆用青布为幔，各树草1000余个，分布两边。"
How can I save you, sir? Kong Ming said, Wang Zijing will lend me 20 boats, and each boat will require 30 soldiers. The boats are all covered with green cloth, with more than 1,000 bundles of grass distributed on each boat. Both sides.
"吾别有妙用，第3日包管有10万之箭，只不可又叫公瑾得知，若彼知之，无计败矣。"肃允诺，却不解其意，回报周瑜，果然不提起借船之事。
I have a magical effect and I guarantee that there will be 100,000 arrows on the 3rd day. I just can't teach Gong Jin to know it. If he knows it, my plan will fail. Su promised, but didn't understand what he meant. In return, Zhou Yu did not mention the matter of borrowing the ship.
只言孔明并不用箭竹、翎毛、胶漆等物，自有道理。于大疑曰：“且看他3日后如何回复我。”却说鲁肃私自拨轻快船20只。
He just said, Kong Ming didn't use arrow bamboo, feathers, glue paint, etc., so it makes sense. Yu was very doubtful and said, let's see how he replies to me in 3 days. But Lu Su said that Lu Su privately allocated 20 light boats.
各船30余人，并布幔树草等物，尽皆齐备，候孔明调用。第1日却不见孔明动静，第2日一直不动。至第3日4更时分，孔明密请鲁肃到船中。
There are more than 30 people in each boat, as well as curtains, bunches of grass and other supplies, all ready, waiting for Kong Ming's call. On the first day, there was no movement from Kong Ming. On the second day, there was no movement either. At the 4th watch on the 3rd day, Kong Ming secretly asked Lu Su to come to the boat.
肃问曰：“公召我来何意？”孔明曰：“特请子敬同往取剑。”肃曰：“何处去取？”孔明曰：“子敬休问，前去便见。”遂命将20只船。
Su asked, "Why did you call me here?" Kong Ming said, "I specially asked Zijing to go with you to get the arrows." Su said, "Where to get them?" Kong Ming said, "Zijing, don't ask, just go and see me." Then he ordered 20 ships to be.
用场所相连径往北岸进发。是夜大雾漫天，长江之中雾气更甚，对面不相见。孔明促舟前进，果然是好大雾。前人有篇《大雾垂江赋》曰：
Connect the trail with a long rope and head towards the north bank. It was a foggy night, and in the Yangtze River, the fog was even worse. You couldn't see each other on the opposite side. Kong Ming urged the boat forward, and it turned out to be really heavy fog. There is an article by predecessors called Ode to the River in Heavy Fog, which says,
大哉长江西接民俄，南控三吴，北带九河，汇百川而入海，立万古以扬波。志若龙伯，海若江飞水母，长经千丈，天无九首，鬼怪异类。
The great Yangtze River connects Minyi to the west, Sanwa to the south, and Jioha to the north. It gathers hundreds of rivers and flows into the sea, creating waves throughout the ages. As far as Longbow, Hai Rua, Jiangfei, jellyfish, 1,000-foot-long whale, 9 centipedes, ghosts and strange creatures.
贤吉而有盖服鬼神之所平一，英雄之所战守也。时也阴阳既乱，昧爽不分。亚长空之一色，乎大物之四屯。虽于心而莫睹，为今古之可闻。
Shinji is a place for ghosts and gods to rely on, and a place for heroes to fight and defend. At that time, yin and yang were both confused, and there was no distinction between pleasure and pleasure. I was surprised by the color of the sky and the sudden heavy fog. Although the paycheck cannot be seen, the sound of the golden drum can be heard.
初若明蒙，才引南山之豹，见而冲塞，欲迷北海之鲲。然后上接高天，下垂厚地，渺乎苍茫，浩乎无际。经泥出水而腾波，蛟龙潜渊而吐气。
At first, the leopard in the southern mountains is hidden in the mist. Gradually it becomes full, and the leopard in the North Sea is lost. Then it connects to the high sky and drops to the thick earth. It is vast and boundless. The whale salamander comes out of the water and makes waves, and the dragon dives into the abyss and exhales.
又如梅林收入春阴酿寒，明明漠漠，桀浩漫漫。东失柴桑之岸，南无夏口之山。战船千艘，俱沉沦于岩壑，渔舟一叶，经出没于波澜。
Another example is that the plum rain collects the spring een and brews the cold. The mingling is deserted and clean. The shore of Chaisang is missing in the east, and the mountain of Shako is missing in the south. Thousands of warships sank in the rocks and ravines. A single fishing boat appeared and disappeared in the waves.
甚则穷无光朝阳失色，泛白昼为昏黄，便丹山为水碧。虽大禹之志，不能测其浅深，离楼之明，焉能辨乎咫尺？于是逢夷息浪，平易收工。
Even worse, the sky will be darkened and the morning sun will lose its color. The day will turn into dim yellow, and the Dan mountain will turn into green water. Although the wisdom of you the great cannot measure its shallowness and depth, how can Li Lu's wisdom be discerned even within a short distance? So Feng Yi stopped his waves and stopped his efforts.
鱼鳖遁迹，鸟兽潜踪。隔断蓬莱之岛，暗为昌河之功。恍惚奔腾，如骤雨之将至，纷云杂沓，若寒云之欲同。乃能中引毒蛇，因之而为瘴疠。
Fish and turtles fled, leaving no trace of birds and beasts. Cut off the Penglai island and secretly surround the Changha palace. It rushes in a trance, like a sudden rain coming, chaotic, like the cold clouds that want to unite. It can be poisonous snakes, causing miasma.
内藏妖媚，凭之而为祸害。 降级恶于人间，其风尘于塞外。小民欲之夭伤，大人观之感慨。盖将反元气于洪荒，混天地为大块。当夜5更时候
There are evil spirits inside that cause harm. It brings illness and misfortune to the world, and causes wind and dust outside the Great Wall. When a small citizen encounters an untimely death, the adults watch with emotion. Guy will return to the ancient times, and the world will be mixed into one large piece. At 5 o'clock that night.
船已进，曹操水寨孔明礁，把船只头西尾东，一带摆开，就船上擂鼓呐喊。鲁肃惊曰：“倘曹兵齐出，如之奈何？”孔明笑曰：
The boat was approaching Cao Cao's water village. Kong Mingjio moved the boat from head to west and tail to east, beating drums and shouting on the boat. Lu Su was shocked and said, "What if Chao's soldiers come out together?" Kong Ming said with a smile,
无料曹操于重雾中，必不敢出伍等，只顾浊酒取乐，待雾散便回。却说曹寨中，听得擂鼓呐喊，毛玠、于禁2人慌忙飞报曹操。操传令曰：
I expected that Cao Cao would not dare to go out in the heavy fog. We only drank wine and had fun, and returned when the fog cleared. But in Chao's stronghold, drums and shouts were heard, and Mao Jia and Eugene hurriedly flew to report to Cao Cao. Cao sent an order.
重雾迷降，彼军忽至，必有埋伏，切不可轻动。可拨水军弓弩手，乱箭射之。又差人往汉寨内唤张辽、徐晃各带弓弩军3000，火速到江边驻设。
Heavy fog and misty rivers suddenly arrive, and there must be an ambush. Don't move lightly. You can use the water army's crossbowmen to shoot random arrows at them. He also sent people to the Hanzhai to call Zhang Liao and Su Huang, each with 3 bows and crossbows. Qian, quickly go to the riverside to assist in shooting.
北接号令到来，毛玠、于禁怕南军抢入水寨，已差弓弩手在寨前放箭。少顷，汉寨内弓弩手亦到，约1万余人，尽皆向江中放箭，箭如雨发。
When the order came, Mao Jia and Eugene were afraid that the southern army would invade the water stronghold, so they sent archers and crossbowmen to shoot arrows in front of the stronghold. After a while, the crossbowmen in the dry stronghold also arrived, with about 10,000 people, all shooting arrows into the river. Arrows are like rain.
孔明礁把船调回头东尾西，逼近水寨受箭，一面擂鼓呐喊。待至日高雾散，孔明令收船急回。20只船两边树草上， 排满舰只。
Kong Mingjiu hoisted the boat back and forth to the east and west, approached the water village to receive arrows, and beat drums and shouted. When the fog cleared at the end of the day, Kong Ming ordered the ship to close up and return quickly. The bundles of grass on both sides of the 20 boats were lined with arrows.
孔明令各船上军士齐声叫曰：“谢丞相见！”比及曹军寨内报知曹操时，这里船倾水急，已放回20余里，追之不及。曹操懊悔不已。
Kong Ming ordered the sergeants on each ship to shout in unison, "Thank you, Prime Minister, for the arrow." By the time Cao Cao was reported to Cao Jun's stronghold, the boats here were light and the water was fast. They had already been back for more than 20 miles and could not catch up. Cao Cao felt regretful.
却说孔明回传魏鲁肃曰：“每船上舰约5、6千矣，不费江东半分之力，已得10万余舰。明日即将来射曹军，却不甚便。”肃曰：
But when Kong Ming returned to the ship, he said to Lu Su, "There are about 5,000 or 6,000 arrows on each ship." Without using half of Jiangdong's effort, more than 100,000 arrows have been obtained. Tomorrow we will shoot Chao's army, but it will be inconvenient. Su said.
先生真神人也，何以知今日如此大雾？孔明曰：“为将而不通天文，不识地利，不知奇门，不晓阴阳，不看阵图，不明兵事，是庸才也。”
Sir, how can a true God know that there is such a heavy fog today? Kong Ming said, "A general who does not understand astronomy, does not know the geographical advantages, does not know the strange gates, does not know the yin and yang, does not understand the formation map, and does not understand the strength of the army, is a mediocre person."
亮于3日前已算定，今日有大雾，因此赶任3日知县。公瑾教我10日完办，工匠料物都不应手，将这一件风流罪过，明白要杀我，我命系于天。
Liang Yu had calculated that there would be heavy fog today 3 days ago, so he dared not allow the 3-day limit. Gong Jin taught me to finish the work in 10 days, and the craftsmen and materials were all out of my hands. He knew that he wanted to kill me for this romantic crime. My life is tied to heaven.
公瑾焉能害我哉？鲁肃拜服。船到岸时，周瑜已差500军在江边等候搬舰。孔明交于船上取之，可得10余万只，都搬入中军帐交纳。
How can Gong Jin harm me? Lu Su bows to him. When the ship arrived at the shore, Zhou Yu had sent 500 troops to wait by the river to move arrows. Kong Mingjiao took it from the ship and got more than 100,000 branches, which were all moved into the Chinese army's account and handed over.
鲁肃人见周瑜备说孔明取剑之事，于大惊，慨然叹曰：“孔明神机妙算，无不如也。”后人有诗赞曰：“一天浓雾满长江，远近难分水渺茫。”
The people of Lusu saw Zhou Yubei talking about Kong Ming's taking the arrow. Yu was shocked and sighed with emotion. Kong Ming's magical plan is not as good as mine. Later generations wrote a poem praising it. One day, thick fog filled the Yangtze River, and it was difficult to distinguish the distance from the distance.
骤与飞黄来战见孔明，今日福州郎。少顷，孔明入寨见周瑜。瑜下帐迎之，称羡曰：“先生神算，使人敬服。”孔明曰：“诡谲小计。”
A sudden rain of locusts came to the battleship Kong Ming to hide at Zhou Lang today. After a while, Kong Ming entered the village to see Zhou Yu. Yu went down from the tent to greet him, and said with admiration, "Sir, your divine calculations are so admirable." Kong Ming said, "A cunning little plan."
何足为其于邀孔明入帐共饮。瑜曰：“左吾主遣使来催督进军，余未有奇计，愿先生教我。”孔明曰：“亮乃碌碌庸才，安有妙计？”瑜曰：
Why should Qiyu invite Kong Ming into the tent to have a drink together? You said, "Yesterday my lord sent an envoy to urge the governor to march." You didn't have any clever plan. Please teach me. Kong Ming said, "Liang is a mediocre and mediocre talent. Do you have any clever plan?" You said,
某昨观曹操水寨，即是严整有法，非等闲可攻。思得一计，不知可否？先生幸为我一决之。孔明曰：“都督且休言，各自写于手内。”
Yesterday, I observed that Cao Cao's water fortress was extremely well organized, and could not be attacked easily. I thought of a plan, but I don't know if it is possible. Sir, I am honored to give it a try. Kong Ming said, "Commander, please stop talking." Each of them wrote it down in his hand.
看同业不同于大喜，叫取笔砚来，先自暗写了，却送于孔明，孔明亦暗写了。两个一进坐榻，各出掌中之字，互相观看，皆大笑。
Yu was overjoyed to see that Tong Yi was not the same. He asked him to get a pen and inkstone. He wrote secretly first and then gave it to Kong Ming. Kong Ming also wrote secretly. The two moved closer to the couch, each said the words in their palms, looked at each other, and both laughed.
原来周瑜掌中字，乃一火字；孔明掌中亦一火字。瑜曰：既我两人所见相同，更无疑矣。幸勿漏泄。孔明曰：两家公事。
It turns out that the character in Zhou Yu's poem is the character. The character in Kong Ming's poem is also the character. You said, since we both see the same thing, there is no doubt about it. I hope it doesn't leak out. Kong Ming said, it's a business matter between the two families.
岂有漏泄之理？无料曹操虽两番经我这条计，然必不违背。今都督尽行之可也。引罢分散，诸将皆不知其事。却说曹操平白折了15、16万箭。
Is there any reason for leakage? I expected that although Cao Cao had tried my plan twice, he would not have been prepared. Now the governor is doing everything he can. After drinking, they dispersed. None of the generals knew what had happened. But they said that Cao Cao had broken 150,000 or 60,000 arrows in vain.
心中气闷，寻幽禁计曰：江东有周瑜、诸葛亮二人用计，急切难破。可差人去东吴诈降，为奸细内应，以通消息，方可图也。操曰：
Feeling depressed, Sun Yu advanced his strategy and said, There are two people in the east of the Yangtze River, Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang, who are plotting, and it is difficult to defeat them. You can send someone to Suqiao to pretend to surrender and act as a spy inside to pass on the news. Cao Cao said.
此言正合无益汝料军中谁可行此计？又曰：蔡瑁被诛，蔡氏宗族皆在军中。瑁之族弟蔡中、蔡和现为副将，丞相可以恩节之。
This is exactly what I mean. Do you know who in the army can do this? You said, Cai Mao was executed, and the Cai family is all in the army. Cai Zhong and Cai He, the brothers of Mao's clan, are now deputy generals. The prime minister can be kind to him. Of.
差往诈降东吴，必不见疑。操从之，当夜密唤二人入帐，嘱咐曰：汝二人可引些少军士去东吴诈降，但有动静，使人密报，事成之后。
There will be no doubt if he is sent to pretend to surrender to Suqiao. Chao followed this and secretly called the two of them into the account that night and ordered them to pay. You too can lead some young sergeants to go to Suqiao to fake a surrender. But if there is any movement, let someone report it secretly. After the incident is completed.
众家封赏，休怀二心。二人曰：吾等妻子俱在荆州，安敢怀二心？丞相勿疑。某二人必取周瑜、诸葛亮之首， 献于麾下，操后赏之。次日
Don't have second thoughts if you increase the reward. The two said, Our wives are all in Jingzhou. How dare we have two minds? Prime Minister, don't doubt us. A certain two people must take the heads of Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang and offer them to their subordinates. Chao rewarded him generously. The next day,
二人带500军士驾船数只，顺风望着南岸来。且说周瑜正理会进兵之事，忽报江北有船来到江口，称是蔡瑁之弟蔡和、蔡中，特来投降。
The two of them took 500 sergeants and sailed several boats, looking down the wind towards the south bank. It is said that Zhou Yu was just about to enter the army when he suddenly reported that a ship from the north of the Yangtze River had arrived at the mouth of the river. It was said that it was Cai He and Cai Zhong, Cai Mao's younger brothers, who had come to surrender.
于唤入二人，哭拜曰：“无兄无罪，被操贼所杀。吾二人欲报兄仇，特来投降，望赐收录，愿为前部。”于大喜，重赏二人。
You called the two men in and cried and worshipped, saying, My brother was innocent and was killed by a thief. We too want to avenge my brother, so we came here to surrender. I hope you can collect them and be the front ones. Yu was overjoyed and rewarded the two of them heavily.
即命与甘宁引军为前部二人拜谢，以为重祭。于密唤甘宁吩咐曰：“此二人不待家小，非真投降，乃曹操使来为奸细者。吾今欲将计就计。”
That is to say, he and Gan Ning led the army to thank the two people in front, thinking that they had fallen into the trap. Yumi called Gan Ning Fanfu and said, These two people do not bring their children with them. They are not really surrendering. They are spies sent by Cao Cao. I want to use the plan now.
叫他通报消息，如可殷勤相待，就礼提防。至出兵之日，先要杀他2个祭旗。汝切须小心，不可有误。甘宁领命而去。鲁肃入见周瑜曰：
Teach him to report the news. You can treat him diligently and be on guard. On the day of dispatching troops, first kill his 2 sacrificial flags. You must be careful not to make any mistakes. Gan Ning accepted the order and left. Lu Su came to see Zhou Yu and said,
蔡中、蔡和之降，多应是诈，不可收用。于是曰：彼因曹操杀其兄，欲报仇而来降，何诈之有？你若如此多疑，安能容天下之事乎？
The surrender of Cai Zhong and Cai He is probably a fraud and cannot be used. You scolded, He surrendered because Cao Cao killed his brother and wanted to take revenge. How can he be deceitful? If you are so suspicious, how can you tolerate the world? What a scholar!
肃默然而退，乃往告孔明。孔明笑而不言。肃曰：孔明何故审笑？孔明曰：吾笑子敬不识公瑾用计耳。大江隔远，细作极难往来。操使蔡中。
Silently, he retreated and went to sue Kong Ming. Kong Ming smiled but said nothing. Su asked, "Why is Kong Ming laughing?" Kong Ming said, "I laugh, but I don't know how Gong Jin uses his ears. The river is far away, so it is extremely difficult to get back and forth." Cao Cao envoys, Kai Zhong.
蔡和诈降，刺探我军中事，公瑾将计就计，正要他通报消息。兵不厌诈，公瑾之谋是也。肃方才醒悟。却说周瑜夜坐帐中。
Kai he pretended to surrender to spy on our army. Gong Jin took advantage of his plan and asked him to report the news. Soldiers never tire of deceit, and this is Gong Jin's plan. Su just realized it. But he said that Zhou Yu was sitting in the tent at night.
忽见黄盖潜入中军，来见周瑜，瑜问曰：公父业志，必有良谋见教。盖曰：彼众我寡，不以酒持，何不用火攻之？瑜曰：谁教公献此计？
Suddenly, Huang Gai sneaked into the central army and came to see Zhou Yu and asked, "When the Duke arrives at night, he must have a good plan to teach you?" Gai said, "I have few people and it is not suitable to hold on for a long time. Why not attack them with fire?" Yu said, "Who taught Gongxian this trick?"
盖曰：某出自己意，非他人之所教也。瑜曰：吾正欲如此，故留蔡中、蔡和诈降之人，以通消息，但恨无一人为我行诈降计耳。盖曰
Guy said, "Someone came up with his own ideas and were not taught by others." You said, "That's what I want," so I kept Kai Zhong, Kai, and the people who pretended to surrender to communicate the news. But I hate that no one will do the trick for me. Guy said.
某愿行此计于曰：不受些苦，彼如何肯信？盖曰：某受孙氏厚恩，虽肝脑涂地，亦无怨悔。于拜而谢之曰：君若肯行此苦肉计。
A certain person is willing to do this plan. You said, "How can he believe it without suffering some pain?" Guy said, "A certain person received great kindness from Mr. Sunday. Even though he was heartbroken, he had no regrets." You bowed and thanked him, saying, if you are willing to carry out this painful plan.
则江东之万姓也盖曰：某死亦无怨。遂谢而出。次日，周瑜鸣鼓大会诸将于帐下，孔明亦在座。周瑜曰：操引100万之众。
Then Jiangdong's great luck also said, I will have no regrets even if I die. Then he thanked him and went out. The next day, Zhou Yu played drums and gathered all the generals under their tents. Kong Ming was also present. Zhou Yu said, to guide millions of people.
联络300余里，非一日可破。今令诸将各领3个月粮草，准备御敌。言未弃，黄盖进曰：莫说3个月，便知30个月粮草，也不济事。
A connection of more than 300 miles cannot be broken in a day. The generals are now ordered to receive 3 months of food and grass to prepare against the enemy. Before he finished speaking, Huang Gaijin said, Don't say 3 months. It will not help if we provide food and grass for 30 months.
若是这个月破的便破，若是这个月破不的，只可依张子布之言，弃甲倒戈，北面而降之耳。周瑜勃然变色，大怒曰：吾奉主公之命。
If it can be broken this month, it will be broken. If it cannot be broken this month, we can only follow Zhang Zibu's words, abandon the armor and turn against the enemy, and go to the north to drop the ear. Zhou Yu suddenly changed his face and said angrily, I am following the order of my lord.
督兵破曹敢有再言降者必斩。今两军相敌之际，如敢出此言，慢我军心，不斩如首，难以服众。喝左右将黄盖斩气报来。黄盖亦怒曰：
If the supervising troops defeat Cao Cao and dare to surrender again, they will be killed. When the 2 armies are at odds with each other, you dare to say this, and you are arrogant to our army. If I don't behead you, it will be difficult to convince the people. After drinking, Huang Gai was killed and reported. Huang Gai also said angrily,
吾自随破虏将军纵横东南，以立3世，那由你来？于大怒，喝令速斩。甘宁近前告曰：公父乃东吴旧臣，望宽恕之。于喝曰：
I have followed General Polu across the southeast for 3 lifetimes. How about you? Yu was furious and ordered him to be beheaded quickly. Gan Ning came forward and said, I am an old minister of the Eastern Wu dynasty. I hope you will forgive me. Yu shouted.
汝何敢多言，乱无法度？先斥左右，将甘宁乱棒打出。 众官皆跪告曰：黄盖罪故当诛，但于君不利。望都督宽恕，权且记罪。破曹之后，
How dare you speak too much and mess with my laws? He scolded Gan Ning and hit him with a stick. All the officials knelt down and said, Huang Gai deserves to be punished for his crime, but it is not good for the army. I hope the governor will forgive me and have the right to remember the crime. After defeating Cao Cao,
斩义未吃于怒未息。众官苦苦告求，曰：若不看众官面皮，决须斩首。今且免死，命左右托番打100几杖，以正其罪。众官又告免。
It's not too late to kill you, but his anger has not subsided. All the officials begged for help. You said, if you don't respect the officials, they will be beheaded. Now let's avoid death. He ordered, take over 100-ridged stick and beat him to punish his crime. The officials also excused themselves.
于推翻案桌，斥退众官，喝叫刑杖，将黄盖包了衣服，拖翻在地，打了50几杖。众官又复苦苦求免。岳其指盖曰：如敢小觑我也。
You overthrew the desk, scolded the officials, and ordered them to use their canes. Huang Gai stripped off his clothes, dragged him to the ground, and beat him with a 50-ridged cane. All the officials again begged for exemption. You jumped up and said, How dare you underestimate me?
且记下50棍，再有怠慢，2罪俱罚。恨声不绝而入帐中，众官扶起黄盖，打得皮开肉绽，鲜血尽流，伏归本寨，昏厥几次。动问之人
And if you neglect to send 50 sticks, you will be punished for both crimes. The cries of hatred continued and entered the tent. The officials lifted up Huang Gai and beat him until the skin and flesh were torn and blood flowed. They helped him back to the village and passed out several times. When asked,
无不下泪鲁肃也往看问了。来至孔明船中，谓孔明曰：今日公瑾怒则公父，我等皆是他部下，不敢犯言苦谏。先生是客，何故袖手旁观？
Weeping all the time, Lu Su also went to see and ask questions. He came to Kong Ming's boat and said to Kong Ming, Today Gong Jin is angry and scolding Gong Fu. We are all his subordinates and we dare not offend him. You are a guest, so why do you stand by and watch?
不发一语，孔明笑曰：子敬欺我。肃曰：肃与先生渡江以来，未尝一事相欺，今何出此言？孔明曰：子敬岂不知公瑾今日毒打黄公父？
Without saying a word, Kongming smiled and said, "Zijing deceived me." Su said, "Since Su and Mr. Su crossed the river, they have never deceived each other. Why do you say this now?" Kongming said, "Don't you know that Zijing was beaten severely by Gong Jin today?" Huang Gongfu.
乃其季耶如何要我劝他？素方悟。孔明曰：不用苦肉计，何能瞒过曹操？今必令黄公复去诈降，却叫蔡中、蔡和报知其事矣。子敬见公瑾时，
It's his plan. How can I persuade him? Su Fang realized. Kongming said, "How can we hide it from Cao Cao without resorting to bitter tactics? Now Huang Gong must be ordered to go back and pretend to surrender, but Kai Zhong and Kai he will be informed of what happened." When Zijing met Gong Jin.
切勿言亮先知其事，只说亮也埋怨都督变了。素辞去，入帐见周瑜。瑜邀入帐后，素曰：今日何故痛责黄公父？瑜曰：诸将怨否？
Don't tell the truth and tell the truth. It's easy to just tell the truth and complain about the governor. Su resigned and entered the tent to see Zhou Yu. You invited him to enter the tent. Su said, "Why do you blame Huang Gongfu today?" You said, "Do the generals complain?"
素曰：多有心中不安者。瑜曰：孔明之意若何？素曰：他也埋怨都督推情薄。瑜笑曰：今番须瞒过他也。素曰：何谓也？
Su said, "There are many people who are uneasy." You said, "What does Kongming mean?" Su said, "He also complained that the governor was too unkind." You smiled and said, "I have to hide this from him now." Su said, "What do you mean?"
瑜曰：今日痛打黄盖，乃计也。吾欲令他诈降，先须用苦肉计瞒过曹操，就中用火攻之，可以取胜。素乃暗思孔明之高见，却不敢明言。
You said, "Today's beating of Huang Gai is just a trick. If I want to make him surrender, I must first deceive Cao Cao with a bitter meat trick, and then attack him with fire to win." Su Nai secretly thought about Kongming's lofty views, but did not dare to say it openly.
且说黄盖卧于帐中，诸将皆来动问。盖不言语，但长吁而已。忽报参谋看则来问，盖令请入卧内，斥退左右。看则曰：
It is said that Huang Gai was lying in the tent and all the generals came to ask. Gai didn't speak, but just shouted. Suddenly, Staff Officer Kanzei came to ask. I ordered you to go into the bedroom and scolded the left and right to retreat. Can said.
将军莫非与都督有仇？盖曰：非也。则曰：然则公之受责，莫非苦肉计乎？盖曰：何以知之？则曰：某关公仅举动。
Does the general have a grudge against the governor? Guy said, no. Zay said, but if the public is punished, is it a bitter trick? Guy said, how do you know this? Zay said, I watched Gong Jin's actions.
“已料着8、9分。盖曰：某受吴侯30厚恩，无以为报，故献此计，以破曹操。吾虽受苦，亦无所恨。吾遍官军中，无一人可为心腹者。”
Guy, who had expected 89 points, said, I have received great kindness from the third generation of Wu Ho, but I have no way to repay it, so I propose this plan to defeat Cao Cao. Although I have suffered, I have no hatred. I have looked around the army, and there is no one who can do anything. The Confidant.
为公素有忠义之心，敢以心腹相告。则曰：公之告我，无非要我献诈降书耳。盖曰：实有此意，谓之肯否？看则欣然领诺。正是。
But the public has a loyal heart and dares to tell his confidant. Zay said, the public's purpose in telling me is to ask me to submit a letter of deceit to surrender. Guy said, that's what I mean. Unknown if you are willing. Kenzay happily accepted the promise. It's exactly.
勇将轻身私报主谋臣，为国有同心。未知看则所言若何？且看下文分解。第47回，看则密献诈降书，庞统巧受连环计。却说看则自得润。
A brave general will sacrifice his life and think of repaying the chief minister for the country. I don't know what Kenzay said. Let's see the analysis below. Chapter 47. Kenzay secretly presented a letter of surrender to Pang Tong and cleverly taught him a series of tactics. However, he said that Kenzay's courtesy name was Dirun.
“会稽山阴人也家贫好学，与人庸功，常借人书来看，看过一遍，更不遗忘，口才便给，少有胆气。孙权、赵为参谋，与黄盖最相善。”
The Shawneen people in Kwaiji were also poor and eager to learn. They worked as servants and borrowed books from others to read. They read them once and never forgot them. They were eloquent and rarely courageous. Sun Quan was called as a staff officer, and he was most friendly with Huang Gai.
盖知其能言有胆，故欲使献诈降书，则欣然应诺曰：大丈夫处事，不能立功建业，不及于草木同腐乎？功绩捐躯报主，则又何惜为生？
Guy knew that he was eloquent and courageous, so he wanted to make Xian pretend to surrender. Zhe happily accepted the promise and said, "If a man is in the world and cannot make contributions, he will rot like the grass and trees. If you sacrifice your life to repay your master, why should you care about your life?"
黄盖滚下床来，拜而谢之，则曰：事不可缓，即今便行。盖曰：书已修下了。则领了书，只就当夜扮作渔翁，驾小舟往北岸而行。
Huang Gai rolled out of bed, bowed and thanked him. Zhe said, "The matter cannot be delayed, we can do it now." Guy said, "The book has been edited." Zhe took the book and pretended to be a fisherman that night, driving a small boat and looking at the north bank.
是夜寒星满天3更时候，早到曹军水寨。寻将军士拿住，连夜报之曹操。操曰：莫非是奸细吗？军士曰：只一渔翁。
It was the third watch of the night when the sky was full of cold stars. I arrived at Chao Jun's water village early. The sergeant patrolling the river seized it and reported it to Chao Chao overnight. Chao asked, "Could it be a spy?" The sergeant said, "It's just a fisherman."
自称是东吴参谋看则有机密事来见，操便叫引将入来。军士引看则至，只见帐上灯烛辉煌，曹操平机微坐，问曰：汝既是东吴参谋？
Ken Zhe, who claimed to be Su Chao's staff officer, came to see him with confidential matters. Chao Chao then led the general in. The sergeant led Ken Zhe in, and saw the lights in the tent brightly lit. Chao Chao sat down in danger and asked, "Since you are the staff officer of Su Chao, what are you doing?"
来此何干？则曰：人言曹丞相求贤若渴，今观此问，甚不相合。黄公父，汝又错寻思了也。操曰：吾与东吴旦夕交兵，汝私行到此。
He Qianzi came here and said, "People say that Prime Minister Chao is thirsty for talents." Now looking at this question, it is very inconsistent. Huang Gong is here, you are thinking wrong again. Chao said, "I fought with Dongwu on the same day and night, and you went on your own." At this point,
"如何不问？则曰：黄公父乃东吴3世旧臣，今被周瑜于众将之前无端毒打，不胜愤恨，因欲投降丞相，为报仇之计，特谋之于我。我与公父。
How can you not ask Zhe to say, Huang Gongfu is an old minister of the third generation of Dongwu. Now he was beaten by Zhou Yu in front of all the generals for no reason. He was very angry. Because he wanted to surrender to the prime minister, he planned it on me as a revenge plan. My husband and I cover.
青铜骨肉镜来为献秘书，未知丞相肯容纳否？操曰：书在何处？看则取书呈上。操拆书，就登下观看。书略曰：盖受孙氏厚恩。
I have come to present the secret book with the same affection as my flesh and blood. I wonder if the Prime Minister is willing to accommodate it. Cao Cao said, Where is the book? Qinzhe took the book and presented it. Cao opened the book and looked at it under the lamp. The book's summary said, Thanks to Sun's kindness.
本不当怀二心，然以今日世事论之，用江东6郡之卒，当中国100万之师，众寡不敌，海内所共建也。东吴将立，无有至于，皆知其不可。周瑜小子。
We should not be paranoid at first and judge the situation based on today's situation. With the soldiers of the 6 counties in Jiangdong, China's millions of troops will be outnumbered, which is common in the country. The generals and officials of Suqiao were all wise and foolish, but they all knew that this was impossible. Boy Zhou Yu.
偏怀浅杠自负其能，折欲以卵敌时，兼之擅作威服，无罪受刑，有功不赏。盖系旧臣，无端为所摧辱，心时恨之。夫闻丞相诚心待物，虚怀纳事。
He is conceited and arrogant about his abilities, and he is always willing to lay waste to the enemy. He is also good at exerting power and blessing, and suffers punishment without guilt, and does not reward those who have merit. Guy was an old minister and was humiliated for no reason. I really hate him. I heard that the Prime Minister treats things with sincerity and accepts others with humility.
盖愿率众归降，以图建功学耻。粮草军帐，随船献纳。气血败白，万物见疑。曹操于济岸上翻覆江书看了10余次，忽然拍案张目，大怒曰：
Guy is willing to lead his people back to surrender in order to achieve meritorious service and avenge shame. Food and fodder for military battles were brought along with the ship. Weeping blood and worshipping bye-bye, don't be suspicious. Cao Cao turned over several cases and read the book more than 10 times. Suddenly he slapped the table, opened his eyes and said angrily,
黄盖用苦肉计令汝下诈降书，就中取士，却赶来戏侮我也。便叫左右推出斩之。左右将看则促下，则面不改容，仰天大笑。 操教千回，叱曰：
Huang Gai used a bitter trick to make you pretend to surrender in order to get into trouble, but you dare to tease me. He told his left and right to push him out and behead him. Kinzei was gathered from left and right. Zai's face did not change. He looked up to the sky and laughed. Chao Jiao took him back and scolded.
"吾以识破奸计，汝何故审笑？"则曰："吾不笑你，吾笑皇公父不识人耳。"操曰："何不识人？"则曰："杀便杀，何必多问？"操曰：
I have discovered the treacherous plot. Why are you laughing? Zai said, I don't laugh at you. I laugh at Mr. Huang, but he doesn't recognize people. Chao said, why don't you recognize people? Zai said, I'll just kill you. Why bother asking more questions? Chao said,
"吾自幼熟读兵书，深知奸伪之道。如这条计，只好瞒别人，如何瞒得我？"则曰："你且说书中那件事是奸计。"操曰："我说出你那破绽。"
I have been familiar with military books since I was a child, and I know the ways of treachery and hypocrisy. You have to hide this plan from others. How can you hide it from me? Zai said, Do you think that thing in the book is a treacherous plan? Chao said, I said show your flaw.
"叫你死而无怨你，既是真心献书投降，如何不明曰几时？你今有何理说？"看则听罢，大笑曰："亏汝不惶恐，敢自夸熟读兵书。"
Teach you to die without resentment. Since you sincerely offered the book and surrendered, why don't you know when the appointment will be? What do you have to say now? After Kinzei heard this, he laughed and said, Thank you for not being frightened. You dare to boast that you are familiar with military literature.
"还不及早收兵回去，倘若交战，必被周瑜擒矣。吾学之辈，可惜吾屈死如首。"操曰："何谓我无学？"则曰："汝不识计谋，不明道理。"
If we don't withdraw our troops early and fight, we will be captured by Zhou Yu. Unlearned people. It's a pity that I surrendered to your death. Chao Chao said, What do you mean I have no knowledge? Zai said, You don't know the tricks and don't understand the principles.
"岂非无学？"操曰："你且说我那几般不是处？"则曰："汝无待贤之礼，吾何必言？但有死而已。"操曰："汝若说的有理，我自然敬服。"则曰：
Is it not that Wu Shue Chao said, You said that I am not good at all? Zai said, You have no courtesy for me, why should I say anything? But there is only death. Chao said, If you are right, I will naturally respect. They said.
岂不闻备主作妾不可定期？倘今约定日期，急切下不得手，这里反来接应，是必泄露。但可去便而行，岂可预期相定乎？汝不明此理。
Don't you hear that you can't commit theft against your master on a regular basis? If you agree on a date today and fail to do so in a hurry, and if you come here to respond, the matter will be leaked. But if you can just take it easy, how can you expect it to be agreed? You don't understand this.
欲驱杀好人，真无学之辈也。操闻言，改容下席而谢曰：“某见事不明，误犯尊威，幸勿挂怀。”则曰：“吾与皇公父倾心投降。”
You are an uneducated person who wants to kill good people. Hearing this, Chow changed his appearance, got down from the table, and thanked me, saying, "I don't know what happened, and I mistakenly violated my authority. Fortunately, don't worry about it." They said, I and Huang Gong surrendered heartily.
如婴儿之望父母，岂有诈乎？操大喜曰：“若二人能见大功，他日受爵，必在诸人之上。”则曰：“某等非为绝路而来，实应天顺人耳。”
How can it be deceitful for a baby to look up to its parents? Chao Dashi said, "If the two of them can achieve great achievements, they will be honored above others one day." They said, "Some of these people did not come here for the honor and wealth, but actually obeyed the will of heaven and the ears of man."
操取酒待之，少顷，有人入帐，于操耳边私语。操曰：“将书来看。”其人以密书呈上。操观之，颜色颇喜。看则暗思，此必蔡中。
After a while, someone came into the tent and whispered in Chow Chow's ear. Chow Chow said, "Read the book." He presented it with a secret book. Looking at it, the color is quite pleasant. Kenzei thought to himself, "This must be Kai Zhong."
蔡和来报黄盖受刑消息，操故喜我投降之事为真实也。操曰：“樊先生再回江东，与黄公父约定，先通消息过将，吾以兵接应。”则曰
Kai he came to report the news of Huang Gai's punishment, so he was happy that my surrender was true. Chow Chow said, "Mr. Fan will return to the east of the Yangtze River and make an agreement with Huang Gong. We will first pass the news and cross the river, and I will respond with troops." They said.
某已离江东，不可复还。望丞相别遣机密人去。操曰：“若他人去，事恐泄露。” 则再三推辞，良久，乃曰：若去则不敢久停，便当行矣。
A certain person has left Jiangdong and cannot return. I hope the Prime Minister will not send the secret person. Qiao said, if someone else goes, the matter may be leaked. Zhe declined again and again. After a long time, he said, if I go, I don't dare to stay for a long time. It's time to do it.
操赐以金帛则不受。辞别出营，再驾扁舟，重回江东，来见黄盖，细说前事。盖曰：非公能辩，则盖徒受苦矣。则曰：吾今去甘宁寨中。
Qiao was given gold and silk but was not accepted. He said goodbye and left the camp, then took the boat back to Jiangdong, where he came to see Huang Gai and talk about the past events in detail. Gai said, if Gong can't argue, then Gai will suffer. Zhe said, I am going to Ganning village now.
探蔡中蔡和消息。盖曰：甚善。则知宁寨，宁皆入。则曰：将军昨为救黄公父，被周公瑾所辱，无甚不平。宁笑而不答。正话间
Explore the news about Kai He and Kai Zhong. Gai said, it's very good. Zhe arrived at Ningzhai, and Ning joined in. Zhe said, the general was overthrown to save Huang Gong yesterday and was humiliated by Zhou Gongjin. I am very aggrieved. I would rather laugh and not answer. In the middle of the conversation,
蔡和蔡中至，则以目送甘宁，宁会意，乃曰：周公瑾只自恃其能，全不以我等为念。我今被辱，修建江左诸人。说罢，咬牙切齿，拍案大叫。
Kai and Kai Zhongji. Zhe Yi looked at Gan Ning, and Ning understood, and said, Zhou Gongjin only relies on his own ability, and does not care about us at all. I am humiliated now, and I am ashamed to see the people of Jiangzhou. After saying this, he gritted his teeth, slapped the table and shouted.
则乃须与宁耳边低语，宁低头不言，长叹数声。蔡和、蔡中见宁，则皆有反意，以言挑之曰：将军何故烦恼？先生有何不平？则曰
Zenixu and Ning whispered in their ears. Ning lowered his head and said nothing, sighing several times. Kai He and Kai Zhong saw that both Ning and Zhe had objections, so they challenged them and said, Why is the general worried? What's wrong with you, sir? Zhe said,
"吾等腹中之苦，如岂知也？"蔡和曰："莫非预备无头草也？"看则失色，甘宁拔剑而起曰：" 吾是以为窥破，不可不杀之以灭口。蔡和
You don't know the pain in our belly. Kai, he said, could it be that we want to betray Wu and surrender to Chao Yi? Kenzei turned pale. Gan Ning stood up with his sword drawn and said, My affairs have been discovered, so we must kill him. Silence him. Kai he.
“蔡中荒曰：“二公勿忧，吾亦当以心腹之事相告。”宁曰：“可速言之。”蔡和曰：“吾二人乃曹公使来诈降者，二公若有归顺之心，吾当引进。”
Kai Zhong panicked and said, Don't worry, sir. I should also tell you what's close to you. Ning said, Speak quickly. Kai, he said, We are the envoys of Duke Chao who came to pretend to surrender. If you have any, I will bring in the heart of surrender.
Ning曰：“汝言果真。”二人齐声曰：“安敢相欺？”宁阳喜曰：“若如此，是天赐其变也。”二蔡曰：“皇公复与将军被辱之事。”
Ning said, Is your statement true? The two of them said in unison, How dare you deceive each other? Ning feigned joy and said, If so, it's a godsend. Ere Kai said, Huang Gongfu and the general were humiliated. Thing.
“吾以报之丞相以责曰：“吾以为皇公复献书丞相，今特来见兴霸，相约同享耳。”宁曰：“大丈夫既欲明主，自当倾心相投。”于是四人共饮。
I have reported to Prime Minister Yi Zhe and said, I have sent a letter to Prime Minister Huang Gong, and I am here to see Xing Ba and make an appointment to surrender. Ning said, When a man meets the lord of the Ming dynasty, he should fall in love with you. So he said. 4 people drank together.
“同论心事，二蔡及时写书，密报曹操，说甘宁与某同为内应。看则令自修书，遣人密报曹操，书中具言：黄盖欲来，未得其便。”
After discussing their concerns, Kai immediately wrote a letter to report to Cao Cao secretly, saying, Gan Ning and a certain person are both internal correspondents. Kenzei wrote another book by himself and sent someone to report to Cao Cao secretly. The book said, Huang Gai wanted to come, but he didn't get it.
但看船头插青牙旗而来者，即是也。却说曹操连得二书，心中疑惑不定，聚众谋士商议曰：“江左甘宁被周瑜所辱，愿为内应，黄盖受责。”
But look at the one coming with the Bluetooth flag on the bow. But he said that Cao Cao had received 2 letters, and he was confused. He gathered his advisers to discuss and said, Gan Ning of Jiangzhou was humiliated by Zhou Yu. and he was willing to respond internally. Huang Gai was blamed.
"另看则来那详句未可深信，谁敢直入周瑜寨中，探听实信？蒋干进曰：某前日空往东吴，未得成功，深怀惭愧。今愿舍身再往，务得实信。"
It is impossible to believe that Kinzai came to accept the surrender. Who dares to go straight into Zhou Yu's village and find out the truth? Jiang Qianjin said, "One day ago, I went to Suqiao without success, and I am deeply ashamed. Now I am willing to sacrifice my life and go back again to gain true faith."
回报丞相遭大喜，及时令蒋干上船。干驾小舟，径到江南水寨边，便使人传报。周瑜听得干又道，大喜曰：吾之成功，只在此人身上。
In return, Prime Minister Chao was overjoyed and immediately ordered Jiang Gan to board the ship. Gan drove a small boat to the water village in the south of the Yangtze River and sent people to report it. Zhou Yu heard this and said with great joy, "My success lies only in this person."
遂嘱咐鲁肃请庞士元来，为我如此如此。原来襄阳庞统字士元，因避乱寓居江东，鲁肃曾见之于周瑜，统未及往见。
Then he told Lu Su, "Please come and ask Pang Xiuan to do this for me." It turned out that Xiangyang Pang Tong, named Xiuan, lived in Jiangdong to avoid chaos. Lu Su once recommended him to Zhou Yu. It's too late to meet in the past.
于先使肃问季于统曰：破曹当用何策？统密谓肃曰：欲破曹兵，须用火攻，但大江面上一船着火，渔船四散，除非现连环计。
You first sent Su to ask Yu Tong, what strategy should be used to defeat Cao Cao. Tongmi said to Su, if you want to defeat Cao Cao's troops, you must attack with fire. But on the river, one boat is on fire and the rest are scattered. Unless you sacrifice chain meter.
叫他定坐一处，然后攻可成也。肃以告于，于深服其论，因谓肃曰：为我行此计者，非庞士元不可。肃曰：只怕曹操奸猾，如何去的？
Teach him to nail it in one place, and then it will be done. Su sued Yu, and Yu was convinced by his argument, so he said to Su, the person who did this plan for me must be Pang Xiuan. Su said, I'm afraid that Cao Cao is cunning. How can we get there?
周瑜沉吟未决，正寻思没个机会，忽报蒋干又来。于大喜，一面吩咐庞统用计，一面坐于帐上，使人请干。 干见不来接，心中疑虑。
Zhou Yu was pondering over the undecided situation and was thinking of no chance, when he suddenly reported that Jiang Qian was coming again. Yu was overjoyed. On the one hand, he shared his plan with Pang Tong, and on the other hand, he sat on the tent and asked people to do it. Seeing that Gan didn't come to pick him up, he felt doubtful.
叫把船鱼僻静岸口揽寄，乃入寨见周瑜。瑜作色曰：“子亦何故欺吾太甚？”蒋干笑曰：“吾想与你乃旧日弟兄，特来吐心腹事，何言相欺也？”
The teacher took the boat to a secluded port and tied the cables, then entered the village to meet Zhou Yu. Yu said with a smile, "Why did Z bully me so much?" Jiang Gan smiled and said, "I think you and I are old brothers, and we came here to talk about our secrets. How can we deceive each other?"
瑜曰：“汝要说我降，除非海枯石烂。前番无念旧日交情，请你痛饮一醉，留你共榻。你却道无私书，不辞而去，归报曹操，杀了蔡瑁、张允。”
You said, "You want me to surrender, unless the sea withers away and the rocks rot." Last time, in memory of our old friendship, I asked you to have a drink and stay with you on the same bed. But you stole my private letters, left without saying goodbye, returned to Cao Cao, and killed Kai Mao, Zhang Yun.
致使无事不成，今日无故又来，必不怀好意。吾不看旧日之情，一刀两断。本待送你过去，争奈无1-2日间，便要破曹贼，待留你在军中。
As a result, I failed and came here again without any reason. I must have bad intentions. I don't look at the old feelings and cut them into 2 parts. I'm going to send you there, and I'll fight for it for a day or 2, and then I'll defeat Cao Cao's thieves. I'm going to keep you in the army.
又必有泄漏，便叫左右。宋子义往西山庵中歇息，待吾破了曹操，那时渡你过江未迟。蒋干在欲开言，周瑜已入帐后去了。
If something leaks out, he will tell the people around him. Send Z to rest in the Shishan nunnery. When I defeat Cao Cao, it will not be too late for you to cross the river. Jiang Gan wanted to speak again, but Zhou Yu had already checked in and left.
左右取马与蒋干乘坐送到西山背后小庵歇息，拨2个军人服侍。干在庵内，心中忧闷，寝食不安。是夜星露满天，独不出庵后。
He took the horses from left and right and rode with Jiang Gan to a small nunnery behind Shishan Mountain to rest, and assigned 2 soldiers to wait on him. I stayed in the nunnery, feeling depressed and restless. It was a night full of starry dew, and I walked alone out of the nunnery.
只听得读书之声信步寻去，见山岩畔有草屋树船，内设灯光。干往窥之，只见一人挂剑灯前，宋孙无兵书。干思此必一人也。扣户请见。
I could only hear the sound of reading and walked around to find it. I saw a thatched house with several rafters on the side of the mountain rock, with lights shining inside. Qian went to take a peek and saw a man hanging in front of a sword lamp and reciting the military books of Sun and Wu. Qian see, this must be a stranger. Knock on the door to see him.
其人开门出迎，仪表非俗。干问姓名，答曰：姓庞，名统，字士元。干曰：莫非凤雏先生否？统曰：然也。干喜曰：久闻大名。
The person's appearance when he opens the door and greets him is unusual. Qian asked about his name, and he replied, the surname is Pang, the given name is Tong, and the courtesy name is Xiuan. Qian said, is it Mr. Fengchu? Tong said, of course. Qian, she said, I have heard about the name for a long time.
今何辟居此地？答曰：周瑜自恃才高，不能容物，无故隐居于此。公乃何人？干曰：吾蒋干也。同乃邀入草庵，共坐谈心。干曰：
Why is he living here in a secluded place now? He replied, Zhou Yu relied on his talent and could not accommodate anything, so I live here in seclusion. Who is the Duke? Qian said, I am Jiang Qian. Tong then invited him to the thatched hut to sit and talk together. Qian said,
以公之才，何往不利？如肯归曹，干当引进。统曰：吾意欲离江东久矣。公既有引进之心，即今便当一行。如迟则周瑜闻之，必将见害。
What's the disadvantage of using Gong's talent? If you are willing to return to Cao Cao, you should bring him in. Tong said, I also want to leave Jiangdong for a long time. Since Gong has the intention of bringing in, he will join us now. If it is too late, Zhou Yu will hear about it and will definitely see harm.
于是与干连夜下山至江边，循着原来船只，飞照投江北。既至操寨，干先入见，备述前事。操闻奉楚先生来，亲自出帐迎入，分宾主坐定。
So Yu Qian went down the mountain to the riverside all night, looked for the original ship, and flew to the north of the river. When you arrive at Chao's stronghold, Qian goes in first to prepare an account of the previous events. When Cao Cao heard that Mr. Fengchu was coming, he personally came out of the tent to welcome him in. He seated the guests and hosts separately.
问曰：周瑜年幼，适才欺众，不用良谋。操久闻先生大名，今得惠顾，岂不吝教诲？统曰：某素闻丞相用兵有法，今愿一睹军容。
He asked, Zhou Yu is young and relies on his talents to bully the crowd without using good strategies. Qiao Qiao has heard of Mr. Qiao's name for a long time. Now that he is favored, he begs for his advice. Tong said, I have always heard that the Prime Minister has a method for using troops. Now I would like to see the appearance of the army.
操教备马先邀统潼关汉寨，统与操并马登高而望。统曰：傍山依林，前后顾盼，出入有门，进退曲折，虽孙无再生，攘居复出。
Before training and preparing horses, everyone is invited to watch Hanzhai. Tong and Qiao rode together and climbed high to look. Tong said, beside the mountains and forests, look forward and backward. There is a door to go in and out, and the advance and retreat are twists and turns. Although Sun and Wu are reborn, Rangju comes back.
亦不过此以操曰：先生勿得过誉，上望指教。于是又与潼关水寨，见向南分24座门，皆有蒙冲战舰，列为城郭，中藏小船，往来有向。
It's nothing more than this. Qiao said, Sir, please don't get too much praise. I still hope to give you some advice. So he went to watch the water village with his companions. I saw 24 gates to the south, all with warships lined up in the city walls, with small boats hidden in the middle, and lanes for passage.
岂服有序统笑曰：丞相用兵如此，名不虚传。因指江南而言曰：周郎，周郎，克期必亡。操大喜，回寨，请入帐中，置酒共饮。
The ups and downs were orderly and everyone laughed and said, The Prime Minister uses his troops like this. He is worthy of his reputation. Referring to Jiang Nan, he said, Zhou Lang, Zhou Lang. If you defeat the period, you will perish. Qiao was overjoyed. When you return to the village, please go into the tent and have some wine together.
同说兵机统高谈雄辩，应答如流。操身敬服，殷勤相待。统扬罪曰：敢问军中有良医否？操问何用？统曰：水军多急，须用良医治之。
He spoke eloquently about military and military unification, and his responses were fluent. Qiao deeply respects and treats each other diligently. Tong pretended to be drunk and said, May I ask if there are good doctors in the army? Qiao asked what was the use. Tong said, There are many diseases in the navy, and they must be treated with good medicine.
时操军因不服水土，俱生呕吐之疾，多有死者。操正虑此事，忽闻统言，如何不问？统曰：丞相教练水军之法甚妙，但可惜不全。操再三请问。
At that time, Cao Cao's army suffered from vomiting due to dissatisfaction with water and soil, and many people died. Cao Cao was thinking about this matter. Suddenly, he heard Tong's words. Why didn't he ask? Tong said, the Prime Minister's method of coaching the Navy is very wonderful, but unfortunately it is incomplete. Cao asked again and again.
"统曰：某有一策，使大小水军并无疾病，安稳成功。操大喜，请问妙策。统曰：大江之中，潮生潮落，风浪不息，北兵不惯乘舟。
Tong said, someone has a plan to make the Navy, large and small, free from disease and successful. Cao was overjoyed and asked for the clever plan. Tong said, in the big river, the tide rises and falls, and the wind and waves never cease. The soldiers from the north are not used to riding in boats.
"受此颠簸，便生疾病。若以大船小船各皆配搭，或30位一排，或50位一排，首尾用铁环连锁，上铺阔板，修沿人可渡，马亦可走矣，乘此而行。
If you are affected by this disease, you will get sick. If the big boats and small boats are all matched up, maybe 30 in a row, or 50 in a row, linked with iron rings from head to tail, and covered with broad boards, people can cross it, and horses can also walk. Take this and travel."
"任他风浪潮水上下，复何惧哉？曹操下席而谢曰：非先生良谋，安能破东吴也？统曰：于浅之见，丞相自裁之。操及时传令。
What's there to fear if he lets the waves rise and fall? Cao Cao came down from the table and thanked him, saying, if you don't have a good plan, sir, how can you defeat Su Chao? Tong said, the Prime Minister will cut himself off due to his foolish and superficial views. Chao immediately delivers the order.
"幻军中铁匠连夜打造连环大钉，锁住船只。诸军闻之，俱各喜悦。后人有诗曰：赤壁鏖兵用火攻，运筹决策尽皆同。若非庞统连环计。
The blacksmiths in the army were called on to build a series of large nails overnight to lock the ships. When all the armies heard this, they were all delighted. There is a poem from later generations that says, Chibi fought fiercely with fire, but all the planning and decision-making were the same. If it weren't for Pang Tong's serial plan.
公瑾安能立大功？庞统右尾操曰： 某官江左豪杰，多有怨周瑜者。某凭3寸舌，为丞相说之，使皆来降。周瑜孤立无援，必为丞相所擒。
Pang Tong also said to Cao Cao that Gong Jinan was able to achieve great achievements. A certain person watched the heroes on the left side of the river, and there were many who complained about Zhou Yu. With his 3-inch tongue, a certain person told the prime minister to persuade them all to come and surrender. Zhou Yu was isolated and helpless, and he would be captured by the prime minister.
余既破，则刘备无所用矣。操曰：先生果能成大功，操请奏闻天子，封为3公之列。统曰：某非为富贵，但欲救万民耳。丞相渡江。
If Yu is defeated, Liu Bei will be useless. Cao Cao said, If you, sir, can achieve great success, please report to the emperor and make him one of the 3 princes. Tong said, A certain person is not just for wealth, but he wants to save all the people. The prime minister crossed the river.
慎勿杀害操曰：吾替天行道，安忍杀戮人民？统拜求榜文，以安宗族。操曰：先生家属现居何处？统曰：只在江边。若得此榜，
Be careful not to kill Cao Cao and say, I will uphold justice for heaven and tolerate the killing of people. Tong worshipped and asked for the list to bring peace to the clan. Cao Cao asked, Where do your family members live now? Tong said, Only by the river. If you get this list,
可保全以操命写榜牵押副统。统拜谢曰：别后可速进兵，休待周郎之决。操然之。统拜别，至江边，正欲下船，忽见岸上一人。
It can be saved. I have to write the list and pay for it. Tong bowed and thanked him and said, After we say goodbye, we can quickly advance the troops. Don't wait until Zhou Lang realizes it. We all said goodbye and went to the riverside. Just as we were about to get off the boat, we suddenly saw a person on the shore.
道袍竹官一把扯住统曰：你好大胆！黄盖用苦肉计，看则下诈降书，你又来献连环计，只恐稍不尽绝。你们把出这等毒手来，只好瞒曹操。
The Taoist robe's bamboo crown grabbed Tong and said, You are so bold. Huang Gai used a trick of bitter meat. Kenzei sent a false surrender letter, and you came to offer a series of tricks. I'm afraid the fire will not be exhausted. You have such a vicious trick, so you have to hide it from Cao Cao.
也须瞒我，不得庞统魂飞魄散。正是莫道东南能制胜，谁云西北独无人。 毕竟此人是谁，且看下文分解。第48回宴，长江曹操赋诗。
You have to hide it from me, otherwise Pang Tong's soul will fly to pieces. Exactly. If the southeast can win, who can say that the northwest is alone? After all, who is this person? Let's see the breakdown below. The 48th chapter, Banquet on the Yangtze River, Cao Cao composes a poem.
所战传北军用武，却说庞统闻言吃了一惊，急回视其人，原来却是徐庶。统见是故人，心下方定，回顾左右无人，乃曰：“你若说破我计。”
Locking the warship, the Northern Army used force. However, Pang Tong was surprised when he heard this and looked back at the person anxiously. It turned out to be Su Shu. Seeing that he is an old friend, his heart is at ease. When he looked back and saw that there was no one around him, he said, "If you tell me to defeat my plan."
可惜江南81州百姓皆是你送了也。庶笑曰：“此间83万人马，性命如何？”统曰：“原直真欲破我计也。”庶曰：“吾敢留皇叔厚安。”
It's a pity that you gave away all the people in the 81 states in the south of the Yangtze River. The common man laughed and said, "How are the lives of the 830,000 people here?" Tong said, "Does Yuanji really want to defeat my plan?" The concubine said, "I feel grateful to Uncle Lu Huang for his kindness."
未尝妄报曹操送死吾母，吾已说过终身不设一谋，今安肯破兄良策？只是我亦随军在此，兵败之后，遇事不分，岂能免难？君当教我脱身之术。
I have never forgotten to repay Cao Cao for sending my mother to death. I have already said that I will never make any plans in my life, but now I am willing to break my brother's plan. But I am also here with the army. After the defeat, the jade will not be separated. How can I avoid the disaster? You should teach me how to escape.
我即缄口远避，以统笑曰：“原知如此高见远识，量此有何难哉？”庶曰：“愿先生赐教。”统去徐庶耳边略说数句，庶大喜，拜谢。
I kept silent and stayed away, and Tong smiled and said, "Yuanji is so far-sighted and far-sighted, so why bother?" The concubine said, "I hope you can teach me, sir." Tong went to Su Shu and whispered a few words in his ear. "I'm very happy, thank you."
庞统别却徐庶下船，自回江东。且说徐庶当晚密使近人去各寨中暗布谣言。次日，寨中3355交头接耳而说，早有探视人报知曹操，说
Pang Tong said goodbye, but Su Shu got off the boat and returned to Jiangdong. Let's say that Su Shu secretly sent people close to him to spread rumors in various villages that night. The next day, there were 3, 5, and 5 in the village, whispering to each other. An investigator had already informed Cao Cao, saying,
军中传言西凉州韩遂马腾谋反，杀奔许都来。操大惊，即聚众谋士商议曰：“吾引兵南征，心中所忧者，韩遂、马腾耳。”军中谣言。
There are rumors in the army that Han Sui and Ma Teng of Xiliang Prefecture are plotting a rebellion and are coming to kill Shudu. Chao was shocked and hurriedly gathered his advisors to discuss. I am leading the army to the south. The ones I am worried about are Han Sui and Ma Teng. Army. Rumors.
虽未辨虚实然不可不防。言未毕，徐庶进曰：“庶蒙丞相收录，恨无寸功报效，请得3000人马，星夜往散关把住隘口，如有紧急，再行告报。”
Although we have not yet discerned the truth, we must take precautions. Before he finished speaking, Su Shu came forward and said, "The common people are being accepted by the Prime Minister, and they hate that they can't get any results. Invite 3,000 men and horses to go to Songguan at starry night to guard the pass. If there is an emergency, report it later."
操喜曰：“若得原直去，吾无忧矣。散关之上，亦有军兵，公统领之。目下拨3000马步军，命臧霸为先锋，星夜前去，不可击迟。”徐庶辞了曹操。
Cao Cao said happily, "If I can go straight to Yuan Dynasty, I will have no worries. There are also soldiers above the Songguan Pass, and the Duke is in charge of them. I am dispatching 3,000 horse infantry and ordering Zhang Ba to be the vanguard. We will go forward at starry night. There is no need to delay." Su Shu resigned from Cao Cao.
与臧霸便行此，便是庞统救徐庶之计。后人有诗曰：“曹操征南日日忧，马腾韩遂起戈矛。”凤雏一语教徐庶，正似由于脱钓钩。
Doing this with Zhang Ba was Pang Tong's plan to save Su Shu. Later generations wrote a poem that said, Cao Cao was worried every day during his expedition to the south, and Ma Teng and Han then took up arms and spears. Feng Chu teaches Su Shu with just one word, just like a fish taking off the hook.
曹操自遣徐庶去后，心中稍安，遂上马先看沿江旱寨，次看水寨。乘大船一支于中央，上见帅字旗号，两傍皆列水寨，船上埋伏弓弩千张。
Chow Chow felt a little relieved after he sent Su Shu away, so he mounted his horse and visited the dry village along the river first, and then the water village. Take a big boat and put it in the center, with a flag with the word Shuai on it. There are water forts on both sides. There are thousands of bows and crossbows in ambush on the boat.
操居于上时，建安13年冬11月15日，天气晴明，平风静浪。操令置酒设乐于大船之上，无今夕欲会诸将。天色向晚，东山月上。
On November 15th, the winter of the 13th year of Jianan, when Chao lived in Shangshi, the weather was clear and bright, with calm wind and calm waves. Chow Chow ordered, "Place wine and music on the big ship. I want to meet the generals tonight. The sky is getting late, and the moon is rising on the east mountain."
皎皎如同白日，长江一带如横素练。操作大船之上，左右侍御者数百人，皆锦衣绣袄，和歌执戟。文武众官各依次而坐。操见南屏山色如画。
The area along the Yangtze River is as bright as the daytime, as clear as a horizontal line. Chow sat on a large ship, with hundreds of attendants on his left and right, all wearing brocade clothes and carrying halberds. All civil and military officials sat in turn. Chow Chow saw the picturesque scenery of Nanping Mountain.
东视柴桑之境，西观夏口之江，南望繁山，北去乌林，四顾空阔，心中欢喜，谓众官曰：“吾自起义兵以来，与国家除凶去害，誓愿扫清四海。”
Looking to the east at Chaisang, to the west to the Shako River, to the south to Mount Fan, to the north to Wulin, I looked around at the vastness of the sky, and felt happy in my heart. Sweep the world clean.
削平天下所未得者，江南也。今吾有100万雄师，更赖诸公用命，何患不成功也？收服江南之后，天下无事，与诸公共享富贵，以乐太平。
It is also the south of the Yangtze River that has been conquered by all the people in the world. Now we have millions of troops, and we rely on all the public for their lives, so why worry about not succeeding? After conquering the south of the Yangtze River, there was no trouble in the world. He shared the wealth and honor with the princes and enjoyed peace.
文武皆起谢曰：“愿得早奏凯歌。”我等终身皆赖丞相福印。操大喜，命左右行酒，饮至半夜，操酒酣，遥指南岸曰：“周瑜、鲁肃不识天时。”
Both the civil and military officials thanked him and said, "I wish I could play a triumphant song early. We will all depend on the blessing of the Prime Minister for our whole life." Chow was overjoyed and ordered people to drink wine. After drinking until midnight, he was drunk and said to the south bank from a distance, "Zhou Yu and Lu Su don't know the weather."
今幸有投降之人，未比心腹之患，此天助吾也。荀攸曰：“丞相勿言，恐有泄漏。”操大笑曰：“座上诸公与进士左右，皆无心腹之人也。”
Fortunately, those who have surrendered have become a source of trouble to their confidants, so God is helping me. Sun Yu said, "Prime Minister, don't say anything, for fear of leaking." Chow Chow laughed and said, "All the gentlemen sitting here, as well as the attendants on the left and right, are all my confidants."
言之和蔼，又指下口曰：“刘备、诸葛亮，汝不料蝼蚁之力，欲撼泰山，何其愚也！”故谓诸将曰：“吾今年54岁矣，如得江南，切有所喜。”
He then pointed to Xiakou and said, "Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang, you didn't expect the power of ants. How foolish you are to try to shake Mount Tai." Gu said to the generals, "I am 54 years old this year. If I get to the south of the Yangtze River, I will steal it. Something to be happy about."
昔日乔公与吴志气二女皆有国色，后不料为孙策、周瑜所取。吾今新构铜雀台于漳水之上，如得江南，当取二乔，置之台上，以于暮年。
In the past, Mr. Chiao and I had a close relationship. I knew that both of his daughters were of national beauty. Unexpectedly, she later married Sun Tzu and Zhou Yu. I have now built a new bronze bird platform on the Zhang River. If I get to the south of the Yangtze River, I will marry Tu Chiao and put it on the platform to entertain me in my old age.
吾愿足以言罢大笑。唐人杜牧之有诗曰：“折戟沉沙铁未销，自将磨洗任前朝。东风不与周郎便，铜雀春深锁二乔。”曹操正笑谈间。
I wish it was enough and I laughed after saying it. Du Muji, a Tang dynasty poet, said in a poem, "The broken halberd sinks into the sand and the iron is not gone. I will recognize the former dynasty after being washed away." Dongfeng refuses to go along with Zhou Lang, and Tonkachun locks Erqiao deeply. Cao Cao was laughing and talking.
忽闻鸦声，望南飞鸣而去。操问曰：“此鸦缘何夜鸣？”左右答曰：“鸦见月明，疑是天晓，故离树而鸣也。”操又大笑。时操已醉。
Suddenly, he heard a crow flying south and flew away. Chow asked, "Why does this crow crow at night?" He replied, "The crow sees the moonlight and suspects it is dawn, so it crows away from the tree." Chow laughed again. Sure, Chow is already drunk.
乃取硕立于船头上，以酒奠于江中，满饮三绝。横硕谓诸将曰：“我持此硕，破黄巾，擒吕布，灭袁术，收袁绍，深入塞北，直抵辽东，纵横天下。”
He then took a goblet and stood it on the bow of the boat, laid a libation in the river with wine, and drank the 3 nobles. He then said to the generals, "With this goblet, I will defeat the Yellow Turban, capture Lu Bu, destroy Yuan Shu, capture Yuan Shao, penetrate deep into the northern part of the Great Wall, and reach Liaodong, across the world."
颇不负大丈夫之志，也今对此景甚有慷慨。吾当作歌，汝等何之？歌曰：对酒当歌，人生几何？譬如朝露，去日苦多。慨当以慷。
He lives up to his ambitions as a man and is very generous in this scene. I will make a song for you to sing along with. The song goes, sing to wine, life is like a dew in the morning, it will be more bitter every day. Generosity should be used with generosity.
忧思难忘，何以解忧？唯有杜康。青经子衿，悠悠我心。但为君故，沉吟至今。悠悠鹿鸣，食野之苹。我有嘉宾，鼓瑟吹笙。皎皎如月，何时可辍？
Dukang is the only solution to unforgettable worries. Qingxing Zijin is so long in my heart, but for the sake of you, I still ponder it. Yo yo, the deer roars, eating apples from the wild. I have a guest, who plays the harp and sheng. It's as bright as the moon, when can we stop?
忧从中来不可断绝，月末度迁，往用相存，气阔谈宴，心念旧恩。月明星稀，乌鹊南飞，绕树三匝，无枝可依。山不厌高，水不厌深，周公吐哺。
The worry cannot be cut off. Traveling across the country, we are in vain. We talk about banquets, and we miss our old kindness. The moon and stars are sparse, and the black magpies fly south. They circle the tree 3 times, but there are no branches to rely on. The mountains never get too high and the water never gets too deep. Duke Zhou spits out food.
天下归心，歌罢，众和之，共皆欢笑。忽坐间一人进曰：“大军相当之际，将士用命之时，丞相何故出此不吉之言？”操视之，乃扬州刺史。
The world returns to its heart. After singing, everyone joins in and laughs together. Suddenly, someone came in and said, "When the army is in full force and the soldiers are using their lives, why did the Prime Minister say such unlucky words?" Cao Cao regarded it as the governor of Yangzhou.
沛国乡人姓刘，名父，字元颖。父起自合肥，创立州治，聚逃散之民，立学校，广屯田，兴治教，久事曹操，多立功绩。当下操横硕问曰：
The Prime Minister of Pei State was named Lu, given the given name Fu, and given the courtesy name Yuanying. Fu Qi came from Hefei, established state governance, gathered the fleeing people, established schools, cultivated fields, established education, served Cao Cao for a long time, and made many achievements. At that moment, Cao Hengsheng asked,
吾言有何不及？父曰：月明星稀，乌鹊南飞，绕树三匝，无之可依。此不及之言也。操大怒曰：汝安敢拜吾星？手起一槊，刺死刘父。
What's wrong with my words? Fu said, The moon and stars are sparse, and the black magpie flies south. It circles the tree 3 times, but there is no branch to rely on. This is an unlucky statement. Cao Cao was furious and said, How dare you defeat my Xing? He picked up a spear and stabbed Lu Fu to death.
众皆惊骇，遂罢宴。次日，操酒醒，懊恨不已。父子刘熙告请父师归葬。操泣曰：吾昨因罪误伤汝父，悔之无及，可以3公厚礼葬之。
Everyone was shocked and stopped the banquet. The next day, Cao woke up from alcohol and was filled with regret. Fu's son Lu Shi asked for his father's body to be buried. Cao cried and said, I accidentally injured your father yesterday because I was drunk, and I regret it too much. I can bury him with a generous ceremony.
右拨军士护送灵柩即日回葬。次日，水军都督毛玠于进义帐下请曰：大小船只俱已配搭连锁停当，旌旗战具一一齐备。
Sergeants were also assigned to escort the coffin back for burial that day. The next day, Mao Jie, the commander of the naval force, went to Genie's tent and said, Boats of all sizes are all equipped with chains. Flags and battle equipment are all ready.
请丞相调遣克日进兵。操至水军中央大战船上坐定，唤集诸将，个个听令。水汉二军俱分5色旗号，水军中央黄旗毛玠于禁。
Please ask the Prime Minister to mobilize the troops to march in the near future. Cao Cao went to the center of the navy and sat down on the battle boat. He summoned all the generals and listened to their orders. The flood and drought armies were all divided into 5-color flags. The yellow flag in the center of the navy, Mao Jie, Eugene.
前军红旗张合，后军造骑吕前， 左军轻骑文聘，右军白骑吕通。马步前军红旗徐晃，后军皂骑李典。左军轻骑乐进，右军白骑夏侯渊。
The red flag of the front army is Zhang He. The soap flag of the rear army is Lu Qian. The left army is green flag Wen Pin. The right army is white flag Lu Tong. The front army is red flag Su Huang. The rear army is soap flag Li Dian. The left army is green flag Li Jin. The right army is white flag Xia Hoyuan.
水陆路都接应使夏侯惇、曹洪，护卫往来兼战使许褚、张辽，其余骁将各依队伍。令毕，水军寨中发雷三通，各队伍战船分门而出。
The envoys Xiahodun and Chao Hong were responsible for receiving the troops by land and water. The envoys who escorted and supervised the war were Su Chu and Zhang Liao. The rest of the generals follow their own teams. At the end of the order, the Water Army stronghold launched a three-way battle, and the warships of each team went out separately.
是日，西北风骤起，各船拽起风帆，冲波激浪，稳如平地。北军在船上踊跃施勇，刺枪使刀，前后左右各军旗帆不杂，又有小船50余只。
That day, the northwest wind suddenly picked up, and each ship raised its sails and beat the waves, making them as stable as the ground. The northern troops were on the boat, enthusiastically showing their courage, stabbing and wielding knives. The flags and flags of the troops at the front, rear, left and right are not mixed. There were also more than 50 small boats.
往来巡警崔督操立于江台之上，观看吊练，心中大喜，以为必胜之法，叫且收住帆幔，各依次序回寨。操升帐谓众谋士曰：“若非天命助吾。”
The patrol officers who came and went urged the supervisor to stand on the general platform and watch the training. He was very happy and thought that he was sure to win. He taught him to close the sail curtain, and everyone returned to the stronghold in order. Chao Xingzhang said to the counselors, "If it weren't for the destiny of heaven to help me."
安德凤除妙计铁索连舟，果然渡江如履平地。成语曰：船接连锁，故事平稳，但彼若用火攻，难以回避，不可不防。操大笑曰：
Andy Fengchu's ingenious plan was to connect the boat with the iron rope and cross the river as if walking on flat ground. Qingyu said, "The ships are all interlocked, so they are stable. But if they attack with fire, it will be difficult to avoid them. Must be on guard." Cao Cao laughed and said,
程仲德虽有远虑，却还有见不到处。荀攸曰：仲德之言甚是。 丞相何故笑之？操曰：凡用火攻，必极锋利。方今隆冬之际。
Although Qingzhongda is far-sighted, he still doesn't see anywhere. Sun Yu said, Zhongda's words are very true. Why does the Prime Minister laugh at it? Chao said, any attack with fire must rely on the power of wind. In the depth of winter now.
但有西风北风，安有东风南风也？吾居于西北之上，彼兵皆在南岸。彼若用火，是烧自己之兵也，吾何惧哉？若是10月小春之时，吾早已提备矣。
But if there is west wind and north wind, how about east wind and south wind? I live in the northwest, and their soldiers are all on the south bank. If they use fire, they will burn their own soldiers. Why should I be afraid? If it were spring in October, I would have already prepared it.
诸将皆拜服曰：丞相高见，众人不及。操故诸将曰：卿、徐、燕、代之众，不冠成州。今非此计，安能涉大江之险？
All the generals bowed down and said, the Prime Minister has great views, and others are not as good as him. Chao Gu looked at the generals and said, the people of Qing, Su, Yan, and Dai are not used to riding in boats. This is not a plan now, and we can safely cross the danger of the river.
只见班部中二将挺身出曰：小将虽优，焉之人也能成舟。今愿借寻船20只，直至江口，夺旗鼓而还，以显北军亦能成舟也。操视之。
Only the second general and the squad stepped forward and said, although I am a young general from Yu and Yan, I can also ride a boat. Now I would like to borrow 20 patrol boats to the mouth of the river, seize the flags and drums and return them, to show that the Northern Army can also ride a boat. Yi. Chao looked at it.
乃袁绍手下旧将交处张南也。操曰：汝等皆生长北方，恐乘舟不便。江南之兵往来水上，习练精熟，汝勿轻以性命为儿戏也。交处。
It was Yuan Shao's old general Jiao who came into contact with Zhang Nan. Chao said, you all grew up in the north, and I'm afraid it will be inconvenient to ride on a boat. The soldiers in the south of the Yangtze River are very skilled in going to and fro on the water. Don't take your lives as a child's play. Jiao Chu.
张南大叫曰：如其不胜，甘受军法。操曰：战船尽已连锁，唯有小舟，每舟可容20人，只恐未便接战。处曰：若用大船，何足为奇？
Zhang Nan shouted, if we can't win, we will accept the military law. Chao said, All the warships have been chained, and there are only small boats. Each boat can hold 20 people, but I'm afraid it will be inconvenient to fight. Who said, what if we use big boats? Is this surprising?
其父小舟20余只，某与张南各饮一半。至今日直抵江南水寨，需要夺其斩江而还。操曰：吾与汝20只船，差拨精锐军500人，皆长枪硬弩。
There were more than 20 small boats begging for money, and Zhang Nan took half of them each. Today they arrived at the water village in the south of the Yangtze River, and they had to seize the flag and kill the general before returning. Cao Cao said, I have 20 ships with you, and 500 elite troops, all with spears and crossbows.
到来日天明，将大寨船出到江面上，远为之势。更差文聘一领30只巡船接应汝回。交处，张南欣喜而退。次日4更造饭，5更结束已定。
At dawn on the arrival day, the Dazai boat was put out on the river, and it was far away. What's more, Wen Pin will also lead 30 patrol boats to pick you up. Jiao Chu and Zhang Nan left happily. The next day, the 4th watch was cooking, and the 5th watch was over.
早听的水寨中擂鼓鸣金，船皆出寨，分布水面，长江一带，青红旗号交杂。交处，张南领哨船20只，穿寨而出，往江南进发。
Early on, I heard drums beating and golden boats coming out of the water village, scattered across the water, and green and red flags mingled along the Yangtze River. Jiao Chu and Zhang Nan led 20 sentinel boats and sailed out through the stronghold, looking towards the south of the Yangtze River.
却说南岸隔夜听得鼓声喧震，遥望曹操调练水军，探视人报之周瑜。瑜往山顶观之，操军已收回。次日，忽又闻鼓声震天，军士急登高观望。
But he said that he heard the loud beating of drums on the south bank overnight and watched Cao Cao mobilizing his naval forces in the distance. The detective reported to Zhou Yu. You went to the top of the mountain to watch. Chao's army had been withdrawn. The next day, he suddenly heard the sound of drums shaking the sky again. The sergeant quickly climbed up to watch.
见有小船冲波而来，飞报中军。周瑜问帐下：“谁敢先出？”韩当、周泰2人齐出曰：“某当全为先锋破敌。”瑜喜，传令各寨严加守御。
Seeing a small boat rushing through the waves, it flew to report to the Chinese army. Zhou Yu asked the people under the tent, "Who dares to go out first?" Han Dang and Zhou Tai both came out and said, a certain person in power will be the vanguard to defeat the enemy. Yu was delighted and ordered all the villages to guard strictly.
不可轻动韩当、周泰各引哨船5只，分左右而出。却说交处，张南凭义勇之气，飞照小船而来。韩当独披掩心，手执长枪，立于船头。
Do not move lightly. Han Dang and Zhou Tai each led 5 sentinel boats and went out on the left and right. But it was said that Jiao Chu and Zhang Nan came flying in a small boat with courage. Han Dang stood alone on the bow of the boat with his heart covered and a spear in his hand.
交处船先到，便命军士乱箭往韩当船上射来。当用牌遮隔，交处捻长枪与韩当交锋，当手起一枪，刺死交处。张南随后大叫赶来，隔斜里周泰传出。
Jiao Chu arrived first and ordered his sergeants to look at Han Dang and shoot arrows from the boat. Use cards to cover the gap. Jiao Chu twists his spear and confronts Han Dang. When he raised a gun, he stabbed Jiao Chu to death. Zhang Nan then shouted and came over. Zhou Tai's boat came out across the slope.
张南挺枪立于船头两边，弓矢乱射。周泰一臂挽牌，一手提刀，两船相离7、8尺。太极飞身一跃，直越过张南船上，手起刀落，砍张南于水中。
Zhang Nan stood with his gun on both sides of the bow and fired arrows randomly. Zhou Tai held a sign with one arm and held a knife in the other. The 2 boats were 7 or 8 feet apart. Tai immediately jumped over Zhang Nan's boat. He raised the knife and slashed Zhang Nan in the water.
乱杀驾舟军士，众船飞照急回。韩当、周泰催船追赶，到半江中，恰与文聘船相迎，两边便摆定船厮杀。却说周瑜引众将立于山顶。
They killed the sergeants who were driving the boats indiscriminately, and the boats flew back in a hurry. Han Dang and Zhou Tai rushed the boat to catch up, and when they reached the middle of the river, they met Wenpin's boat. Both sides set up their boats to fight. But it was said that Zhou Yu led the crowd and stood on the top of the mountain.
遥望江北水面，蒙冲战船排河江上，旗帜浩带，皆有次序。回看文聘与韩当、周泰相持，韩当、周泰奋力攻击，文聘抵敌不住，回船而走。韩
Looking in the distance to the north of the river, warships and warships lined up on the river, carrying flags and signals, all in order. Looking back at the stalemate between Wenpin and Han Dang and Zhou Tai, Han Dang and Zhou Tai attacked vigorously, but when Pin could not resist the enemy and returned to the boat. Han Dang and Zhou Tai.
周二人即催船追赶。周瑜、孔二人深入重地，便将白旗招展，令众鸣金。二人乃挥棹而回。周瑜于山顶看隔江战船进入水寨，瑜故谓众将曰：
On Tuesday, people rushed the boat to catch up. Zhou Yu was afraid that the two of them would go deep into the important territory, so he waved the white flag and made the crowd shout gold. The two of them waved and returned. Zhou Yu watched the warships across the river from the top of the mountain and entered the water village. Yu Gu said to the generals,
江北战船如芦苇之密操又多谋，当用何计以破之？众未及对，忽见曹军寨中被风吹折中央黄旗，飘入江中。瑜大笑曰：“此不祥之兆也。”
The warships in the north of the Yangtze River are secretly maneuvered like reeds and have many tricks. What strategies should be used to defeat them? Before everyone could respond, they suddenly saw the yellow flag in the center of Chao's camp blown by the wind and floating into the river. Yu laughed and said, "This is an ominous sign."
正观之际，忽狂风大作，江中波涛拍岸。一阵风过，刮起旗角于周瑜脸上拂过。瑜猛然想起一事在心，大叫一声，往后便倒，口吐鲜血。
While they were watching, a strong wind suddenly came up and waves in the river crashed on the shore. A gust of wind blew by, blowing the horn of the flag across Zhou Yu's face. Yu suddenly remembered something, screamed, fell back, and vomited blood.
诸将急救起时，却早不省人事。正是一时呼啸又呼叫，难使南军破北军。毕竟周瑜性命如何，且看下文分解。第49回七星坛诸葛祭风。
When the generals came to rescue him, he was already unconscious. Exactly, laughing and shouting for a while, it is difficult for the southern army to defeat the northern army. After all, how is Zhou Yu's life? Let's look at the breakdown below. Chapter 49, Zhuge's Sacrifice to the Wind at the Seven-Star Altar.
"三江口周瑜纵火，却说周瑜立于山顶观望良久，忽然望后而倒，口吐鲜血，不省人事。左右救回帐中，诸将皆来动问，尽皆愕然相顾曰：
Zhou Yu set fire to Sanjiankou, but it is said that Zhou Yu stood on the top of the mountain and watched for a long time. Suddenly he fell down after looking back, vomiting blood at the mouth, and fell unconscious. Rescue left and right back to the tent. All the generals came to ask, and they all looked at each other in astonishment and said,
江北百万之众虎踞鲸吞，不争都督如此，倘曹兵依至，如之奈何？慌忙差人申报吴侯，一面求医调治。却说鲁肃见周瑜卧病，心中忧闷。
There are millions of tigers and whales in the north of the Yangtze River. The governor is like this. If Chow's soldiers arrive, what can be done? He hurriedly sent someone to report to the Marquis of Wu, and asked for medical treatment. But Lu Su said that when he saw Zhou Yu lying ill, he felt depressed.
来见孔明言周瑜足病之事。孔明曰：“公以为何如？”肃曰：“此乃曹操之福，江东之祸也。”孔明笑曰：“公瑾之病，量亦能医。”肃曰：
Come to see Kong Ming and tell him about Zhou Yu's death. Kong Ming said, Why do you think this is the case? Su said, This is Cao Cao's blessing and Jiangdong's disaster. Kong Ming smiled and said, Liang can also cure Gongjin's disease. Su said,
诚如此，则国家万幸。即请孔明同去看病。肃先入见周瑜，瑜已被蒙头而卧。肃曰：“都督病势若何？”周瑜曰：“心腹绞痛，食腹昏迷。”
It's true that the country is very lucky. He invited Kong Ming to see a doctor. Su Xian went in to see Zhou Yu. Yu was lying down with her head covered. Su asked, How is the governor's condition? Zhou Yu said, My heart and stomach are agitated, and I fall into coma from time to time.
肃曰：“曾服何药耳？”瑜曰：“心中呕逆，药不能下。”肃曰：“是来去望孔明，言能医都督之病。现在帐外，凡来医治，何如？”瑜命请入。
Su asked, What kind of medicine did you take? Yu said, My heart was vomiting and I couldn't take the medicine. Su said, I came to visit Kong Ming at the right time and said he could cure the governor's disease. Now outside the tent, why don't you come and treat me? You ordered us to come in.
叫左右扶起，坐于床上。孔明曰：“连日不务君言，何期贵体不安？”瑜曰：“人有旦夕祸福，岂能自保？”孔明笑曰：“天有不测风云。”
Teach him to sit up and sit on the bed with help from both sides. Kong Ming said, If you haven't seen your face for days, how can you be uneasy? You said, People are prone to misfortune and good fortune. How can they protect themselves? Kong Ming said with a smile, There are unforeseen circumstances in the sky.
人又岂能料乎余闻失色，乃作呻吟之声。孔明曰：都督心中似觉烦饥否？余曰：然。孔明曰：必须用良药以解之。余曰：
How could anyone expect that you would turn pale when he heard it and moan? Kong Ming said, Does the governor seem to feel troubles accumulating in his heart? You said, Yes, Kong Ming said, we must use cool medicine to relieve it. You said,
以服良药，全然无效。孔明曰：须先理其气，气若顺，则呼吸之间自然全可。余料孔明必知其意，乃以言挑之曰：欲得顺气。
Already taking cold medicine, it is completely ineffective. Kong Ming said, You must regulate your qi first. If the qi is smooth, you can recover naturally within a breath. Kong Ming must have known what he meant, so he challenged it and said, If you want to be happy,
当服何药？孔明笑曰：量有一方，便叫都督气顺。余曰：愿先生赐教。孔明所执笔，平退左右，秘书16字曰：欲破曹公，宜用火攻。
What kind of medicine should I take? Kong Ming smiled and said, If you have a prescription, I can teach the governor how to make your qi smooth. You said, I hope you can teach me, sir. Kong Ming asked for paper and pen, stepped back to the left and right, and secretly wrote 16 words. If you want to defeat Duke Chao, you should do it. Attack with fire.
万事俱备，只欠东风。写毕，帝与周瑜曰：此都督病源也。瑜见了大惊，暗思：孔明真神人也，早已知我心事，之所以实情告之。
All is ready except for the opportunity. After finishing writing, he handed it to Zhou Yu and said, This is the source of the governor's illness. Yu was shocked when he saw it, and thought to himself, Kong Ming is a true god. He has already known what is on my mind. I just want to tell you the truth.
乃笑曰：先生已知我病源，将用何药治之？事在危急，望即赐教。孔明曰：亮虽不才，曾遇一人，传授奇门遁甲天书，可以呼风唤雨。
Nai smiled and said, Sir, if you know the source of my illness, what medicine will you use to treat it? If the matter is critical, I hope you can teach me immediately. Kong Ming said, although Liang is not talented, he once met a stranger who taught him the Qimen Duanjia heavenly book, which can control the wind and rain.
都督若要东南风时，可于南屏山建一台，名曰七星坛，高9尺，坐3层，用120人，手执旗幡围绕。亮于台上做法，借3日3夜东南大风。
If the governor wants to have a southeasterly wind, he can build one on Nanping Mountain, called the 7-star altar, 9 feet high, with 3 floors, and surrounded by 120 people holding flags and streamers. Liang performed the method on the stage, taking advantage of the strong southeast wind for 3 days and 3 nights.
祝都督用兵何如？余曰：修道3日3夜，只1夜大风，大事可成矣。只是事在目前，不可迟缓。孔明曰：11月20日，甲子祭风。
How about helping the governor with troops? You said, with 3 days and 3 nights of rest, and only 1 night of strong wind, great things can be accomplished. It's just that the matter is now and cannot be delayed. Kongming said, on November 20th, Jiazi worships the wind.
至22日，丙寅风息如何？余闻言大喜，决然而起，便传令差500精壮军士往南屏山筑坛，拨120人执其守坛，听候使令。
How will the wind be in Bingyin on the 22nd? When you heard the words, he was overjoyed and stood up. Then he sent an order to send 500 strong soldiers to Nanping Mountain to build an altar. He also assigned 120 people to hold flags and guard the altar, waiting for orders.
孔明辞别出帐，与鲁肃上马，来南屏山相度地势，令军士取东南方赤土筑坛，方圆24丈，每一层高3尺，共是9尺。下一层插28绣旗。
Kongming bid farewell to his tent and mounted his horse with Lu Su. They came to Nanping Mountain to assess the terrain and ordered his sergeants to take the red earth from the southeast to build an altar. It has a radius of 24 feet and each floor is 3 feet high, making a total of 9 feet. The 28 constellations flag is placed on the next floor.
东方7面青旗，暗角、抗、是、防、先、卫、击，不苍龙之形；北方7面皂旗，暗斗、牛、女、虚、威、士、弼，作玄武之势；西方7面白旗。
The 7 green flags in the east are in the shape of a black dragon, according to Jiao, Kong, Shi, Fang, Xin, Wei, and Ji. The 7 soap flags in the north are in the shape of Do, Niu, Nv, Su, Wei, Shi, and Bai. They are in the shape of Xuanwu. The 7 white flags of the west.
安奎楼、魏、卯、弼、子、参，具白虎之威；南方7面红旗，暗井、癸、酉、辛、张、羿、轸，呈朱雀之状。第2层周围黄旗64面。
According to Kuei Lu, Wei, Pleiades, Bai, Gong, and Shen, they are in the shape of the white tiger, The 7 red flags in the south are according to the wells, ghosts, willows, stars, zhang, yi, and zhen, and they are in the shape of a red bird. There are 64 yellow flags around the second floor.
按64卦分8位而列，上一层用4人，个人戴束发冠，穿皂罗袍，凤衣帛带，珠履方居。前左立一人，手执长杆，杆尖上用积羽为宝。
According to the 64 hexagrams, they are divided into 8 positions. There are 4 people on the upper floor, each of whom wears a hair crown, a soap robe, a phoenix robe with a wide belt, and Zhu Lu square train. There is a man standing in front of him on the left, holding a long pole with chicken feathers on the tip.
以招风信前右立一人，手执长杆，杆上系7星号带，以表风色。后左立一人，捧宝剑；后右立一人，捧香炉。坛下24人，各持旌旗、宝盖。
In order to attract wind signals, there is a person standing on the right in front, holding a long pole with a 7-star belt tied to the pole to indicate the color of the wind. Behind, there is a person on the left, holding a sword. Behind the right, there is a person standing, holding an incense burner. There were 24 people under the altar, each holding a banner, a precious canopy.
大戟长戈，黄月，白毛，朱幡，皂道，环绕4面。孔明于11月20日甲子吉辰，沐浴斋戒，身披道衣，显足散发，来到坛前，吩咐鲁肃曰：
Euphorbia longa, yellow axe, white jade, red flags and soap banners are surrounded on all sides. On November 20th, the auspicious day of Jiazi, Kongming took a bath, fasted, wore Taoist robes, barefooted, and came to the altar. Fu Lu Su said,
子敬自往军中相助，恭谨调兵，倘亮所其无因，不可有怪。鲁肃别却。孔明嘱咐守坛将士，不许擅离方位，不许交头接耳，不许失口乱言。
Zijing went to the army to help Gong Jin mobilize his troops. If Liang's prayers are not answered, don't be surprised. Lu Su said goodbye. Kongming told the officers guarding the altar, "You are not allowed to leave your position without authorization. You are not allowed to whisper to each other. You are not allowed to make random remarks."
不许施经打怪，如违令者斩。众皆领命。孔明缓步登坛，观瞻方位已定，焚香于炉，注水于鱼，仰天暗祝。下坛入帐中少些，令军士更替吃饭。
Don't be surprised and attack monsters. Just like anyone who disobeys orders will be killed. Everyone accepted the order. Kong Ming walked up to the altar slowly. He had already determined the direction of observation. He burned incense in the stove, poured water into the bowl, and raised his head to the sky to pray secretly. He went down to the altar and rested in the tent for a while, and ordered the sergeants to take turns to eat.
孔明一日上谈3次，下谈3次，却并不见有东南风。且说周瑜请程普、鲁肃一班军官在帐中伺候，只等东南风起，便调兵出。
Kong Ming went to the altar 3 times a day and came down 3 times a day. But there was no southeast wind. Let us also say that Zhou Yu asked a group of officers, Cheng Pu and Lu Su, to wait in the tent and wait for the southeast wind to blow up before he mobilized his troops.
一面官报孙权接应黄盖，以自准备火船20只，船头密布大钉，船内装载芦苇干柴，灌以鱼油，上铺硫磺，焰消引火之物，各用青布油单遮盖。
On the one hand, it was reported to Sun Quan that Huang Gai had prepared 20 fireboats, the bows of which were densely covered with large nails. The boats were loaded with reeds and dry firewood, filled with fish oil, covered with sulfur, flame salt and igniting materials, and covered with green cloth and oil sheets.
船头上插青龙牙旗，船尾各系走戈，在帐下听候，只等周瑜号令。甘宁看则窝盘菜盒，菜中在水寨中，每日饮酒，不放一足登岸。
A green dragon tooth flag was placed on the bow of the ship, and each boat was tied to the stern, waiting under the tent, just waiting for Zhou Yu's order. Gan Ning and Kanzai nested in Pan Kai He and Kai Zhong in the water village, drinking wine every day and not letting a single soldier land ashore.
周围尽是东吴军马把的水泄不通，只等帐上号令下来。周瑜正在帐中作揖，探子来报，吴侯船只离寨85里停泊，只等都督号音。
The surroundings are full of Suchao troops and horses, and they are just waiting for the order to come down from the account. Zhou Yu was sitting in the tent for discussion when a spy came to report, Wu Ho's ship is anchored 85 miles away from the stronghold. We are just waiting for good news from the governor.
于即差鲁肃便告各部下官兵将士，俱各收拾船只、军器、帆橹等物。号令一出，时刻修为。倘有违误，即按军法。众兵将得令。
You immediately sent Lu Su to tell all the officers and soldiers under his command, everyone should pack up their ships, weapons, sails and oars. Once the order is given, do not disobey it at any time. If there is any violation, military law will be followed. All soldiers will receive the order and
一个个摩拳擦掌，准备厮杀。是日，看看近夜，天色清明，微风不动。余谓鲁肃曰：“孔明之言谬矣。隆冬之时，怎得东南风乎？”肃曰
One by one, they were gearing up to fight. That day, look at the night, the sky is clear and the breeze is calm. You said to Lu Su, Kong Ming's words are wrong. How can we get the southeast wind in the middle of winter? Su said.
“无料孔明必不谬谈，将近3更时分，忽听风声响，旗帆转动。余出帐看时，旗角径飘西北。霎时间，东南风大起，余骇然曰：
I guess Kong Ming must be right. Near the third watch, I suddenly heard the sound of wind and the flags were turning. When you came out of the tent to take a look, the flag legs were floating to the northwest. Suddenly, the southeast wind picked up, and you said in shock.
此人有夺天地造化之法，鬼神不测之术。若留此人，乃东吴祸根也。及早杀却，免生他日之忧。”即唤帐前护军校尉丁奉、徐盛2将。
This man has the ability to conquer the creation of heaven and earth, as well as the unpredictable skills of ghosts and gods. If he is left alive, he will be the root of the disaster of Suqiao. Kill him as soon as possible to avoid worries in the future. Urgently called Ding Feng and Su Sheng, the 2 guards in front of the tent. Will.
“各带100人。徐盛从江内去，丁奉从汉路去，都到南屏山7星坛前，休问长短。拿住诸葛亮，便行斩首，将首级来请功。”2将领命。徐盛下船。
Each take 100 men, Su Sheng from the river, and Ding Feng from the dry road. They all go to the 7-star altar in Nanping Mountain. Don't ask about the merits. Just take Zhuge Liang and behead him. Bring his head to ask for merit. The 2 generals received the order. Su Sheng got off the boat.
“100刀斧手荡开赵将丁奉上马，100弓弩手各跨征车，往南屏山来。余路正迎着东南风起。后人有诗曰：‘七星坛上卧龙灯，一夜东风江水腾。’
100 sword and axe hands opened their oars and mounted their horses, and 100 crossbowmen each straddled the horses to march towards Nanping Mountain. Yu Lu is facing the southeast wind. There is a poem by later generations that says, on the 7 stars altar, the dragon is crouching, and the river surges with the east wind all night.
不是孔明施妙计，周郎安得逞才能。丁奉马军先到，见坛上执旗将士，当风而立。 丁奉下马提剑上坛，不见孔明，慌问守坛将士。答曰
Isn't it because Kong Ming used his clever plan and Zhou Langan succeeded? Ding Feng's cavalry army arrived first and saw the soldiers holding flags on the altar, standing in the wind. Ding Feng dismounted his horse and went up to the altar with his sword in hand. When Kong Ming was not seen, he hurriedly asked the officers guarding the altar. Answer.
恰才下坛去了。丁奉忙下坛寻时，徐盛传已到，二人聚于江边。小卒报曰：昨晚一只快船停在前面滩口，世间却见孔明披发下船。
Just then he left the altar. When Ding Feng hurriedly left the altar to look for it, Su Sheng's boat had arrived. The two gathered at the riverside. The soldier reported, last night a speedboat stopped at the beach in front. In the meantime, I saw Kong Ming getting off the boat with his hair disheveled.
那船望上水去了，丁奉、徐盛便分水陆两路追袭。徐盛骄拽起满帆，抢风而驶。遥望前船不远，徐盛在船头上高声大叫：“军师休去！都督有请。”
When the boat reached the water, Ding Feng and Su Sheng pursued it by land and water. Su Shengjiao pulled up the full sail and used it to catch the wind. Looking at the ship not far ahead, Su Sheng shouted loudly on the bow, "Commentary, please go away. The governor has invited you."
只见孔明立于船尾大笑曰：“上父都督，好好用兵。诸葛亮暂回下口，翌日再容相见。”徐盛曰：“请暂少住，有紧话说。”孔明曰
I saw Kong Ming standing at the stern of the boat, laughing loudly and saying, "I'm telling the governor, use your troops well. Zhuge Liang will return to Xiakou temporarily and see you again someday." Su Sheng said, "Please stay for a while, I have something to say." Kong Ming said,
"吾已料定都督不能容我必来加害，预先叫赵子龙来相接，将军不必追赶。”徐盛见前船无篷，只顾赶来，看看至近，赵云拈弓搭箭。
I have already predicted that the commander-in-chief cannot tolerate me and will come to harm me. I have taught Zhao Zilong in advance to meet him. The general does not need to chase. Su Sheng saw that the boat in front had no awning, so he rushed over. Look closely, Zhao Yun picks up his bow and arrows.
"立于船尾大叫曰：吾乃常山赵子龙也，奉令特来接军师，你如何来追赶？本待一箭射死你来，显得两家失了和气。教你知我手段，言弃。"
Standing at the stern of the boat, he shouted, I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. I have been ordered to come to pick up the military advisor. How do you catch up? I was waiting to shoot you to death with an arrow. It seems that the two families have lost harmony. I will teach you my methods. After speaking,
见到处射断徐盛船上篷索，那篷堕落下水，其船便横。赵云却教自己船上拽起满帆，乘顺风而去。其船如飞，追之不及。岸上丁奉唤徐盛船近岸。
Arrows shot everywhere and cut the tent ropes on Su Xing's boat. The canopy fell into the water, and the boat went sideways. Zhao Yun taught himself how to pull up the full sail on the boat and sail away with the favorable wind. His ship is like flying, and you can't catch it. Ding on the shore called Su Xing's boat to approach the shore.
言曰：诸葛亮神机妙算，人不可及。更见赵云有万夫不当之勇，汝知他当阳长板时否？吾等只所回报便了。于是二人回见周瑜。
He said, Zhuge Liang's miraculous calculations are beyond the reach of others. Furthermore, Zhao Yun has a bravery that no one can match. Did you know that he was in Yangchangban? We just ask for reward. So the two of them met Zhou Yu.
颜孔明预先约赵云迎接去了，骤于大惊曰：“此人如此多谋，使我小业不安矣。”鲁肃曰：“且待破曹之后，却再图之。”曰：“从其言。”
Yan Kongming made an appointment with Zhao Yun to greet him in advance. Zhou Yu was shocked and said, "This man is so scheming, which makes me uneasy at dawn and night." Lu Su said, "Let's wait until Cao Cao is defeated before he tries again." You followed his words.
唤集诸将听令，先叫甘宁，带了蔡中，并降卒沿南岸而走，直达北军旗号，直取乌林地面。正当曹操屯粮之所，深入军中，举火为号。
Call the generals to listen to the order and teach Gan Ning first. Take Kai Zhong and the lowered soldiers and walk along the south bank. They only wave the flag of the northern army. They go directly to the ground of Wulin, where Cao Cao is stationing grain. They go deep into the army and raise fire as a signal.
"只留下蔡和一人在帐下，我有用处。第二换太史慈吩咐，你可领3000兵，直奔黄州地界，断曹操合肥接应之兵，就逼曹兵放火为号。"
Kai he is the only one left in the tent. I have some use. Secondly, he called Taisher Ci to pay. You can lead 3,000 troops and go straight to the border of Huangzhou to cut off Cao Cao's troops joining Fei. then forced Cao Cao's troops and set fire to them as a signal.
只看红旗，便是吴侯接应兵到。这两队兵最远，先发。第三换吕蒙领3000兵去乌林接应甘宁，焚烧曹操寨栅。第四换凌统领3000兵。
Just look at the red flag and it means that the Marquis of Wu has arrived to receive the troops. The two groups of soldiers are the farthest and should go first. The third one calls Lu Meng to lead 3,000 soldiers to join Gan Ning in Wulin and burn Cao Cao's stockade. The fourth one calls Ling to lead 3,000 soldiers.
直接夷陵界首，只看乌林火起，以兵应之。第五换董袭领3000兵，直取汉阳，从汉川杀奔曹操暗中，看白旗接应。第六换潘璋领3000兵，进打白旗。
Go straight to the head of Yiling and see the fire in Wulin, and respond with troops. Fifth, Dong was summoned to lead 3,000 soldiers, march directly to Hanyang, and kill Cao Cao from Hanchuan. Watch the white flag call. The sixth call was for Pan Zhang to lead 3,000 soldiers, all of them flying white flags. 往汉阳接应董袭6队船只各自分路去了，却令黄盖安排火船，使小卒持书曰：“曹操今夜来降。”一面拨战船4只，随于黄盖船后接应。 The 6 teams of ships heading to Hanyang to meet Dong Shi went their separate ways. But he ordered Huang Gai to arrange a fire ship and send his soldiers to make an appointment with Cao Cao to surrender tonight. On one side, 4 warships were mobilized, and they followed Huang Gai's ship to respond. 第一队领兵军官韩当，第二队领兵军官周泰，第三队领兵军官蒋钦，第四队领兵军官陈武，4队各引战船300只，前面各摆列火船20只。Han Dang, the leading officer of the first team, Zhou Tai, the leading officer of the second team, Jiang Qin, the leading officer of the third team, Chen Wu, the leading officer of the fourth team. Each of the 4 teams led 300 warships, and each had a fire ship in front. 20. 周瑜自与程普在大蒙冲上督战徐盛，丁奉为左右护卫，只留鲁肃共看则，集众谋士守寨。程普见周瑜调军有法，甚相敬服。Zhou Yu and Cheng Pu supervised the battle on Dafang. Su Sheng and Ding Feng served as the left and right guards, leaving only Lu Su, Kinzei, and other advisors to guard the stronghold. Cheng Pu saw that Zhou Yu had a method for mobilizing his troops, and he admired him very much.
却说孙权差使命持兵符制说，以差陆逊为先锋，直抵齐，黄帝面进兵，吴侯自为后应。于又差人西山放火炮，南屏山举号旗，个个准备停当。
However, Sun Quan sent a mission with military talismans to arrive, saying that he had sent Lu Sun as the vanguard to march directly to the Qi and Huang areas, and Wu Ho himself was the rear responder. You also sent people to set off artillery in Shishan Mountain and to raise flags in Nanping Mountain. Everyone is ready.